Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison. Unser Trotin hat versagt, Sancte Petre gewalt, dass mag in Jan, semodigenden Mann, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison.
All right, folks, good morning. We have moved on. Where's my music? Where's the menu music? Where's my audio mixer? Oh, still muted from yesterday. I thought I unmuted it. Weird. But then my audio mixer was acting weird yesterday, so that tracks. Anyway, new print era today. They had the printing press, but it's more of a mass printing era now. More of the town could read. More of the peasants are able to read too. And yet, somehow, poor Magda here is still getting caught up in murderous, politically motivated conspiracy as her poor father just wants to paint a mural that respectfully depicts the violence of 18 years ago, when Andreas was unable to soothe the peasants and the burghers. And they what? Immolated Brother Guy and not so brotherly Leonard in his mill, then moved on to the abbey. They had their vengeance. 2 murderers for 2 murders. But Peter was not going to get concessions. Peter was a broken man. All the lean years, all the deaths. Things aren't going to improve for him, so down went the abbey, down went Tassing. Papa just wants to depict it. And then he gets beamed in the head so badly that Dr. Stoll says that he is not going to survive very long. He's fine, let's go do our stuff then. First order of business for her is that she has taken up the mantle of painting the mural for the rat house. And she wants to depict not just the rebellion of 18 years prior, but all of Tassing history. She's very ambitious. She wants to the pre-Roman era to today. That's the first order of business, is to write to Mother Illuminata, wherever she may be now. Bologna, all the way to... Oh, man. If only Andreas was still around. I'm sure that must have been Andreas' old stomping grounds when he was carousing his way across northern Italy. At Santa Margherita. Hey, Chillin' Chum, but it's true! It's quite the stream title, but it's true! These artists in this game, be it Andreas or Magda, just can't get away from these violent conspiracies. Aren't concerned about discoverability. Who knows, it might aid discoverability. Who doesn't like conspiracies and thrillers? That's a whole genre of popular mass appeal summer blockbusters. Mother Illuminata, Abbess Santa Margherita, formerly Prioress, Kersal Abbey, formerly Librarian, Abbess. Long title for a manga that says it all, says what it is. I'm kind of inspired by that, to be honest. Sometimes I do enjoy pushing my stream titles to the character limit. Partially inspired by light novels having super long descriptive titles. Also inspired by post-hardcore punk songs with super long titles. Mother Illuminata, Abba Santa Margherita, former prioress, Kersal Abbey. Magdalene Druckerlin, do not believe you ever met. I was very young when I left Kersal. The daughter of Klaus Drucker, Magdalene, printers from Tassing. I can't see this having a major impact on whether or not Mother Illuminata writes to us, responds to us, and gives us the information we want. Woman to woman, of her own credentials, not just her father's. Acquainted with my father, bought many books. You only played a few hours of Honkai Star Rail last night as a release. I think I know this one. Though I did get my paws back into Star Resistance. Which one's Honkai? Our community and of Carousel. That might be the hook she needs. Weeb, Mobage, Gacha Trash. Well, if you're enjoying it, that's the important thing, Chillin' Chum. I don't do much gacha and stuff myself. The closest I get is like free-to-play mobile games. And that's as deep as I dip my toes. And again, whatever became of that book that Martin stole? Is it going to make its way on back? Because he stole it. It was going to be the Baron's gift to Kersal. Disappeared when Martin stole it. And is that it? Is that the end of it for that book? Seems to be the branding for the sci-fi stuff. Genshin. Oh, so it's Genshin related? Genshin's the fantasy, Honkai's the sci-fi. Until you hit paywall, you're probably fine. That's basically how my games go. When I play around like the mobile free-to-play stuff. I stubbornly go as far as free-to-play can get me, until the progress becomes so high that I either need to no-life it or put real money in. And at that point, well, I enjoyed it, got my weeks out of it, where's the next one? Father spoke highly of you, how you cared for the sisters after the fire. Always spoke highly of you, how you cared for the library and its books. Spoke highly of your piety and intellect. If you not mind a personal question, was it hard to return to Italy being here for so many years? It does feel a bit personal, but Mother Illuminata was also a part of Kersal history by being here. Always spoke highly of you. Sisters after the fire, or library and its books? The human aspect, or her credentials? Like anime Star Trek or even anime Star Wars, but a bit more laid back, focused on exploration? That does sound fun at least. I haven't done anything Genshin related, so as far as my, like, watching other people play it, the only impression I got was, like, anime Breath of the Wild. But if you're having fun with the exploration and such, and a more laid-back experience, sounds pretty interesting. Always spoke highly. Of which? Piety intellect. Cared for the library and its books. Cared for the sisters after the fire. Oh man, this is such a non-important choice. And I'm torn. What if I could only pick one? Always spoke highly of you, especially how you cared for the sisters. Or the books. The sisters, the books. We're asking about books. We want her to like us. Ask about the sisters. The books. Keep well. God bless you. Thanks again. Oh, that's it? That's all for my letter? God bless you. Magdalene. Regards. Sincerely. Best. First 30 seconds, a cold opener you could talk about for at least a few minutes. Is that much of an impression on you, Chilichum? Mysterious lady air plays imaginary violin. As a piece plays, invasion of space station occurs. Sounds like it has impacts. Hits differently. Well, I'm glad it hits for you. Two hours to pen us that short letter. Okay, so tomorrow she's going to start preparing for her version of the mural. Here's the thing though. I have no idea how time is going to be demarcated for my work allowance. For Magda. For Andreas, it was easy. You worked in Prime. You had lunch. You worked in Nona's. You had dinner. And then you slept. But she's got her day split up into 24 actual hours. So I'm not sure how much time gets devoted to what. Should I sleep? I should probably go into town. Let's look around for a bit first. I can't look around a bit, never mind then. Just to bed. Poster girl's cute as a button, I know we're into that. Inexplicably named March 7th. I guess it's a space future for you, like in the older days, like way back in antiquity. Hold up. That's not starting work tomorrow, that's sleeping the entire month away. Dang, girl, you slept in. I was going to say, like back in antiquity, it wasn't uncommon in the classical world to name your children after the order of their birth. Like, was it Octavian would be the 8th child or whatnot? And so I guess I could see how in the space future you might name your child after their date or something else. Yeah, the Reich's postman. We are still in the Holy Roman Empire, so there's still the Reich. Was it from Vivanata? It took her long enough to write back, though! Mother Vivanata... Aww, she remembers me being carried into the library as a baby. That would either be a March 1 to 6. Unless she's a daddy's girl, decided to get the name specifically. I can't even begin well, I'm guessing now. Can't even begin to get like a solid answer to it. The best guess I can get is that maybe it's based on her birth date or a significant date of importance. Maybe this has been mouthfeel. Maybe for the space future culture, they enjoy the sound of, what is it, March 7th? It could be pleasing to their ear. As mythological as to what the neighbors believe. But even if it is, that's still some history, that's the cultural history of it. They believe, or there was a belief that in the past it was like this. It might be fantastical. We could put some fantastical into Tassin's mural. Tillman Kreutzer. Is that where Till and Black Till get their name from, Tillman? I was wondering if Till was short for anything. You don't often get like this. It's got your attention. It's not easy to do. Sounds like a match made in heaven so far, Chillin' Chum. Till died in revolt. Didn't really get confirmation on who all died, but there's some changes in town, there's some new people, some folks you haven't seen because I assume they died. Not sure that all of Carousel's books were destroyed. Was Andreas able to save some history after all? Andreas Mahler saved some from the flames. Oh, you chillin' chum. A death at Carousel. Murder of Baron Rothvogel. And the book? You know, this might mean that, not tossing the obvious Martin fake into the fire might have been a good thing. Because Martin stole that book. And the Martin we have now is Martin's partner. So Martin might know something about what Martin did with Martin's book. Before Martin met Martin, and Martin came back without Martin. If I see in Nephews chat, you'll know, less filter. I know. I know. I've seen that here and there, so I get what you mean. She's forgotten about what I ever have. They tell me there's a book about Tassing's scandalous past, and it vanishes. That's gotta come back. You can't just dangle that in front of me. Father Matthias. Good Father Matthias was also reading Historia Tassiae before he died. Could it be that what the thread folder all goes back to? Trying to keep some scandalous secret about the town from coming to light? Because there's somebody in town, or in the Abbey, who knew enough about everyone's secrets in town and the Abbey to put little bugs in people's ears that reliably push them to murder. And if Father Matthias's death was related, better than political talk? I don't know, because the political talk is pretty sexy too. It's stroking and stimulating my lobes. Never accounted for either book's whereabouts, so even Father Matthias's copy of the Historiae Tassiae. But Prior Ferenc died. Oh, right, she's talking as if Ferenc was the one who killed the Baron, because that's the accusation I made. If Martin's still alive, huh? Does it matter which Martin's still alive? I suppose that's an option. If we sent Martin to the mob, maybe Martin brought the book with him. Maybe Martin held on to it long enough for Martin to take it, bring it back to his family. I don't know. Hi, Mateo. Would he be around though? I know that Brother Wolslaw's around. Because I saw him walking around, no frock, just trousers. Would the other brothers necessarily be around town, settled down? Because his sisters left, most of them. with only a few remaining behind in the convent. I don't see why the brothers would stay. Archdeacon of Sion, well there you go, then he didn't stay behind. Capital of Valais. Would have joined the Swiss Confederacy, poor guys. Is his family name Falsini So? This means waiting for more letters, though. I'm not going to be able to get much out of this. When do I plan to finish this mural if I'm waiting for all these months-long correspondences? The many errors I made, including sending Brother Ferenc to his death and sending Brother Guy to his death. Splitting Brother Wolslaw and Sister Matilda. Could be back at a few children, alright. Do what you gotta do. Ooh, more letters. Esther. House Prague. Oh, they're also in printing, that's right. You wanted to make a Yiddish type? That's right, we did say we're going to visit, and instead we spent an entire month doing who knows what. Is that gonna be her line? Leaves Tassing, goes to Prague? Beautiful young Christian men in town in Prague, printers and academics. Or something else? She's vouching for Prague, so it's not a good step up. Oh, Lester's gone smitten. A beautiful blonde artist from the Alps, with a flirty reputation. It's alright, Dad, you just rest, people survived worse. Gertrude's still around, I'm sure she could make some catapultis. First part of the mural today. She said a month ago she was gonna get started, and now she started the first part. Yeah, right, yes, but the Illuminati are fine. Yes, right. I'll be respectful. Would he know about some of the ruins that Andreas has dug up? And I do want Il Peter's input on the pre-Abbey ways. Did I think of that? Thanks, Dad. Could hardly understand him these days, worth asking, but he's so mean! Nah, we're putting our heart and soul as an artist into this mirror, getting everything, if she wants full history. We'll talk to Smokey. Smokey's got the good gossip, but that's mostly for the modern fables and folklores. Please tell me that I could talk to all of them for information. Always been kind to me when I chat with him. I'm sure he'll know something. Yeah. She doesn't want to be the armchair historian of the day's paradigm. She wants to be the 20th century one that goes out of the library, goes to where the history is, where the people are, and take notes and take sketches and take maps. Oh, where's Marie's spin-off game going to be? Artist Marie in her younger days. Thoroughly researching, getting her hands dirty. Don't worry about me, Dad'll be careful. They don't have brains enough to keep out of trouble, but I do. That's what happens when you name your kids after pagan gods instead of saints. Nah, she's got the wanderlust. She doesn't quite have the, full-on veneration for all things saintly and pious. We'll be careful, because we got the brains. Is that gonna be the choice? I have all the things I want to do, but also gotta take care of Dad in the home. I'll get everything done. I'll get to them. Sigh frustratedly. I'll get everything done, Dad. You just lay here. But we haven't got a kitchen. Okay, never mind, hold on. There is that back there, that's our kitchen. And then she sleep. So, what are my options? 2 copies of the History of Tassing Gone Missing. Martin Bauer's family might have a book on history. Write to Matteo, Kearsal's old sacristan. Bill Pete been around forever, he might know something. Blacktail's grandfather read a lot about history. Family tradition. And there's Smokey. Are these investigation points that'll take up whole chunks of day? I only see objective. Objective at the Kreutzers. Okay, no, those are objectives. So if I do that, it's probably going to be that it takes up an entire thing. But I want to do it all, though. I want to do it all, and I have no idea how much time I could allot. Martin's family is not an objective. So maybe I could start with trying to find the book or get a lead on it. Thomas, you know anything about history? Sorry, Father Thomas. He's all grimacy. What's wrong, Paul? Is it the gout? Is it your tum-tum? You got the bubbly bubble? It's not just me, even she noticed. Key to the tabernacle. Is that very bad? Borrow some from poor Clarice, from the poor Clarice. It's only bread. Gret can make an extra loaf. Could find a way to get the tabernacle open. Ah! All I offered. No reason. Totally not for the flirty background we gave her. It's just to put stuff together. Just the mechanisms from all systems inventions get stuck. Have to fix it. All women do. Just a matter of being a good wife. Manage your family's finances by breaking into the lockbox. Altus taught me to fix stuff. It's just to fix stuff. Very fine parts, just like with locks. There, we offered, he said no. Sister Annalisa's alive. I was gonna joke asking her, but I thought she was dead by now. That answers yesterday's question of whatever became of the sister in the window. And by chance she poked her face out just when we want to talk? So maybe Father Thomas dropped it elsewhere, and then if we explore the ruins of the aqueduct and we see a tabernacle key, that's gotta be evidence maybe that Tommy Boy was the thread puller all along. The two Gertner children came in. Okay, it could be the Gertners. Or just the Gertners. They grabbed the key, they got drunk on some sacrificial wine, fed well on the bread. But then why tell us now? You don't make a habit of meddling. Andreas would say otherwise, sister. You're right, ought to mention that the next time I see him as a sister in Christ. Of course, might have a chat with them. But always get into trouble. Maybe I'll just tell Father Thomas they took the key. Nah, I'm gonna have to talk with them, otherwise Father Thomas is gonna give them 5 decades of Our Fathers and Hail Marys. The key to salvation. So Gertner, kids. Gertner's getting up to something. Let's go say hi to Paul first. Paul is around, right? Oh yeah, there he is. Paul with his little Andreas. So it was Paul then who was so moved by Andreas's art lessons and encouragement to name his newborn son after him. It's been a month that we haven't started. Do I get to choose what style I want to do it? Fresco's nice for an internal building. The one word I don't know is the one with all the ink scraped off. What is that? Inconaccio? Then fresco over it for clear consistency. Two different techniques. A fresco sits rat house wall best. Why is the council trying to interfere with how I mix my paints? Inconaccio. Let me refresh myself. Inconaccio. Did not match any document suggestions. Oh, rip. I pressed the left mouse button, and that shows it. Oh well. That's what she chose. It's a fresco either way. Fresco, fresco, or why, who's asking? Oh, don't you know, Maggie? This is the town artist. The other town artist. The one good long-term decision we made. I had no idea, Paul. Why didn't you want to paint the mural yourself? Can't imagine what I would have done if Dad didn't meet under print and paint. I don't have to imagine. There was a period of time where I loved drawing as a kid, but apparently it interfered with homework too much. I was actually punished for it. Difficult time to live through, no idea. Why didn't you want to paint the mural yourself then? Not as skilled. Oh, he recognizes game. Not just respect and praise, but respect and praise from someone with a discerning eye. Is the council working on something new? Did I think council work was all that serious in such a small town? Well, you have people like Dr. Werner in it who wants to use their rat house council position to be entrenched lords of the town, so take some time off. Or are they working on something new? Yearly maintenance checks in every house. The one negative I could think of is who's going to pay for it all. Like, sure, maybe if they're cutting some kind of taxation or some kind of town funds, that could pay for the maintenance checks. But then who's going to pay for the maintenance? New ideas always face some kind of opposition. I can understand the utility of the proposition, but it might feel like a nuisance, or just that. They might just be annoyed having people knocking. Can't imagine why I'd love if my neighbors knows their way into my house every year. It might feel like a nuisance. New ideas always face some kind of opposition. Is that a let? That looks like lair. Don't think you should lair that stop you. I appreciate the speed of the printed type, but the missing ink sometimes really throws me off with a few words. It might feel like a nuisance. He says that, but unless time actually passes, then nothing's getting interrupted. Elsie's got conversation too. Came to see how you're doing. Not really, unless you tell me the early history of Tassing. What if she does know some early history? Knows nothing. Of reading? What kind of books? Oh, what's wrong, Elsie? Is she feeling depressed in her older age? Dead weight for Paul and Anna. Oh no, Leonard's getting to her then. Leonard said she wouldn't be happy if she left. And now she's letting that sink in. That's an awful thing to say. Maybe it should have been less that's an awful thing to say and more, oh, don't say that about yourself. But oh, well, what's done is done. Oh, Lucky did have somebody that came on the craft after him, literally named Craft. Or is Lucky? Did he die that day too? What? Do you think he's thinking about girls instead? He's working hard to mend the holes his father made in Tassing. The holes his father made. Masonry's a good trade. Everyone needs a stone mason now and then to prepare things. Ah, totally did. Would include this in the modern history of testing. Are you kidding? It's Ivana. You think Dr. Stolz is anything but contempt for us? So I'll try everything. Dr. Stolz has been less than reliable. I didn't pick the gossip reputation. I just want to help them. That's what it comes down to. Did you whip it up? Is it ready yet? And since we are doing 3 time chores, bread, you got free bread for the home. I hear is a bump per year. A bump per year, and there's right to spare regrets. Somebody told me I had to throw bread away. What a sweet idea. Special occasion. You're not worried about spoiling them? Nah. Grandmas are meant to spoil their grandkids. Any special occasion. She's still a peach. Ulrich was the one who was shocked. I stop by the bakery so infrequently I keep forgetting which one Ulrich is. It's Ulrich Alban. He's rejoicing all the saints in heaven, Grex. Did always think it was strange your daughter married the son of the man who killed your husband. Let's not rub that in, okay? I'm sorry his sacrifice was needed to bring your families together. How about that, but a positive spin? Leonard might have been terrible. Death of her husband, awful. But look at the two of you joined together now. 2 families as one. Beautiful grandkids. Asking for recommendations for the ladies' reading circle. Even the ladies read now. Wasn't she always social? I think not having to live with Leonard helps. It does. But she's fallen into her own melancholy. Speaking of delivering to those in town, you got any spares? No spares on the bread or the grains? Didn't even stop to return a salutation. I guess I can badger Stoles for some painkillers or something. Except Stoles is hiding from me. Ciao. Alright, let's go see Martin. Martin or Martin's family. See if they have any know-how on where that book is. Brigitte? That's some really adorably drawn chickens. Look at those things with the big goofy eyes. Eager to continue to work on the mural, have so much to do for Christmas. It's already November! Holding up. You're one of the only people who've asked how I'm doing before asking about Dad. I mean, it's fair enough, though. I mean, you can't fault them. A beloved member of the community, struck, and now bedridden for over a month. Still can't fault them. God, when you're right, I'm at his mercy. Don't know what I'll do if he dies. I feel crazy even thinking about it. She had ambitions of leaving Tassing, going abroad. She might be forced to stay behind and run the print shop in his absence. She's already handling it full time now on top of everything else. I'd have to get married. Remember what happened to Otelia. I wonder what these magnifying glass options mean. If that's just like pulling from past consequences. Since Otelia lost her home and had to live in the church. Dad wants me to keep with the printing press. Truly don't know. I can't think that far ahead right now. She might have to. And she's already considered marriage independently for like, oh, I could marry a printer master and join the guild or whatever. So she's not opposed to the idea. A few. Why decide before I have to? Promise you do not, you must mean oats. She's pushing oats. Otto sounds like a heartbreaker in his prime. You really think so, though? Is Utz gonna follow me all the way to Prague? Will he survive the big city? Just set me up with your son. Let's face it, he'd be marrying up. They're both craftsmen. Her with the printing press, him with the stonemasonry. So they're better than the peasants as far as combining wealth goes. Steady income. Reliable trades. Though hers is a bit less backbreaking. So it would definitely be easier for Kraft to cover while he can. I'll consider it. Don't mean to be rude. I prefer to decide on my own time. Not sure a good match. I'll decide on my own time. I'll consider your offer. But sorry. I'll decide myself. If it's not working out, how could you be sure a couple belongs together? Look at her and Martin. Sometimes it starts off awful, then he disappears and gets replaced by a duplicate that looks just like him but is better in every conceivable way. You're not making the prospects sound very enticing. Maybe I'll never get married. You're not making it sound very enticing. It's okay. She doesn't... They haven't advanced the sciences in Europe yet. They don't know that they all start off kind of feminine in the womb. And then after the testosterone flush, then the women become the men through Eve's rib. But Brigitte, are you one to talk, considering that you have your friendship with Veronica? Are the menfolk really all that necessary? Not the first to tell me so. I don't care about my life, I just want to take care of my dad. She loves her dad, but not at the expense of her own life. So we have options. Oh yeah, the book! The book! Did Martin return with the book? Oh. You still have it? Excellent! Well, if you give it to us, or let me see it, I promise we won't mention your name. Mark, really? You would have thought that a book like that would have fetched just as much money as the Baron's rings would. He went to all the trouble to take it, but didn't bring it along. And the rings, the Baron's rings, are came by honestly, by a farmer or a shepherd or what have you from Tassing. Well, this side quest was easier than I thought. Do I have to promise to marry Kraft? How is the marriage customs here in medieval Bavaria? Is it the bride's family that pays to the groom's family, or the groom's family that pays to the bride's family? Which way is the money going here? I'd like to read it to my dad. A reference for the mural. Oh, I go with the lie. Or the honest for the mural. Let's be honest with her. She's been forthcoming with us. Brigitte? Come on, Brigitte. I'll leave your name out of it. It's just for the mural. It's just a painting. I was going to go to main menu if I had to. I'll keep it a secret. Nobody is going to know, just like nobody in town knows about Veronica. Okay, so in the evening, we're gonna study this even more. Quest complete! Martin. Poor Magda. It's gonna be worse for her. She's younger, she's got a good relationship with her father. Is he not enjoying his time in Tassing anymore? Okay, that's just him fitting the part of Martin. He's trying to blend in. I say let him. Why are you always getting into fights? Brigitte supports you in all this. I believe you, Martin. You usually could use respite. But first, why are you always getting into fights? Because an asshole just sees his teeth pounded in. Where was that sentiment when maybe monks are murdering everyone, when the Bavarian duke's men were coming in? Alright, Martin, thanks. That was pleasant enough. Chickens! Empty, abandoned house gone to rot, no one even uses it. Yuta and Hetty. Let's see. At the Bower Farm, Gertner's got something. But right now, all I want from them is a key. Where do I want to go? Because the Roman ruins isn't an option, but the old salt mine is. I'm going to assume it's only 6 a.m. I probably have time for more than one thing, even if the day is split up differently than going by the monastic prayer cycle. We'll probably have time for 2 things in a day, a morning thing and an afternoon thing. So, what do? We could start off talking to Il Peter, and then go explore the salt mine. Till would be in the Kreutzer's house. They've also got this book, so we got plenty of history already. Everything else is going to be bonus. Yeah, but that was a month ago. That was a month ago, we're just now started the research. I don't care about the council. Only want to finish a mural for my dad. Took some work, but I convinced them let me to the rat house. They didn't have a chance against me once I set my mind to it. Got me a madman from dust, but left some of them with rocks for brains too. Once I've settled down with them, Hetty, you've just decided that for me? I do like him. We could learn to love each other. I'd rather marry for love, Hetty. Oops, I'm not gonna marry him. How about this? Somewhat diplomatic, somewhat where her heart actually is. Can't think of the future with what's happening to Dad right now. Regrets it. What happened the night the Abbey burned? Thanks, Hetty. Simon. He kind of looks like Chief O'Brien. Now I can only read what he is saying with the voice of Chief O'Brien. The temporally and spatially displaced accent in these Bavarian highlands. It's fine, I fear it as well. Best not to ignore one's fear. He's not going to die, I won't allow it. I fear it too. I fear it. I don't want it to happen, but I'm not going to go into denial. Stubborn as I can be. I understand my mom. An empty hole in her life. Aww. Not easy to experience this type of loss and grief. Go with one familiar. All she has is a portrait over her bed. The mom and big brother she never got to know. Can I know if I'm actually like my mom? We just have stories from people, if that's what it takes. I don't see people of wealth and power giving the rest of us much headway. I am not stubborn and unruly. How could I actually know her? We just have stories. Yeah, but they're through filters. People have the prolonged memories of the memories they want to maintain of their own image of the person. books and stories are about lots of things. You gotta learn, Chief. You can't become Chief O'Brien if you don't know how to read those manuals. The sign of someone unruly to tsundere about it. That was definitely the direction that Final Opta was going towards. Kind of like the old, "Stop yelling, I'm not yelling!" kind of response. Would have been a fun answer. How was the log carrying Hans? Do you think Hans might have been the one who hit him? Love that scarecrow. Hans said he was going out with Jorg, which would implicate Jorg too. Dr. Stolz, think I should prepare myself for the worst? Thank you, I'll tell him you said that. He's being polite, I'll be polite back. He doesn't have to know the full thing. Who's here with? Okay, Gardners, they're not here for Ilpeter. We'll talk to Ilpeter later. First, where are your kids, Jorg? Asking about the hinges. Fine, I guess. So this is what their safety inspections amount to. Going door to door, checking everyone's hinges. Rattling at their door frame. Is that something the council is worried about? You didn't realize it's an interest in hinges? That's his middle-aged fascination, his hobby that he picked up. Some guys get into sport cars in their old age, some into boats. He's really big on non-rusty hinges. What do you think, Jorg? It does seem nosy. Why not just let folks take care of themselves, because they won't? But an annual hinges inspection, I don't know. See, this is a metaphor. It starts with the government imposing regulations on being overbearing, this nanny state on door hinges, and next thing you know, children are prohibited from buying alcohol. You have to wear a seatbelt every time you drive a car, or ride a car even. Helmets when you go 80 miles an hour on the highway on a motorcycle. It's out of control. It's not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop with just the hinges. He goes along to feel useful. Is it a concern? Council left me to work for the most part. Well, this might have something to do with it. Has he said anything to you about it? relieved they don't need to make a decision anymore. He's just happy to be involved, just not too involved, please. Has made him think he has a say in everything going on in Tassing. Yeah, I'm sure that's the exact same reason that Stolz is on the council. The men are bad influence on each other. Trying to keep the town in order, they're trying to keep busy. They're just old men looking to feel important. To be fair, for Hinges Creek, the door's integrity is at stake. Be that as it may. Oh, Veronica, that's certainly why some people are on the council. If Leonard was still alive, he would totally be in the rat house for that exact reason. Stoles is there for that exact reason. I'm sure it's not for the town's altruism. They're not... They're not here. I came here to ask about them in the tabernacle key. In the forest, huh? I could try the forest. Names do have power. The spirit of the gods affecting the twins. That's not very Christian, Magdalene. That's acknowledging that those Greek gods exist and have power over your Christian souls. Don't think anything will stop the twins from going their own way in life. Names only have as much power as we allow them to have. Can every Greek name really invoke pagan gods? What are you, magnifying glass? What are you invoking? And Thomas? Father Thomas himself? Is he going to deny the Lord until he feels the holes in his hands and sides directly? Not very reliable for a priest, then. Yeah, Father Thomas the Doubter. Hard to know for certain. One day he seems well, the next I hardly understand his words. Dad was kind of the same, but I'm pretty sure that was a morphine too. Half the time. He's neither of us doing well. Having trouble coping with the stress. Dad's been hard to understand recently. We have community togetherness. We have somebody offering to help out around the house, lessening the burden that I have to juggle between the print shop and the mural and research for the mural. Never heard anyone so excited about housework before. Thank you, Clara. That's very kind of you. Been so busy in the rat house with the house go a bit. Big York's still around though, isn't he? Why bother? Could spend your days relaxing. That's a burger's answer, Magdalene. This is a peasant woman. She has worked hard all of her life. As much as she would love to rest, she gets restless when she rests for too long. Aren't you enjoying it? I heard that Peter was crazy. Let's not say that about her husband directly. He was a proud man who worked very hard to put bread on the table. Didn't want anybody to say that he couldn't feed his guests. And was under so much pressure from a system that never cared anything about him except for what could they squeeze out of him. But Big York is still around, isn't he? Haven't you got to take care of your son in his adulthood? Oh, they need their ma and their grandma. But if you have too much free time, I appreciate the offer. You sound sad. She's a family woman whose family is all moving on. Children grown and prospering. Wouldn't know what to do if I couldn't keep work at the printing press. Could always have something new to do. Keep busy, helping Greta at the bakery or something. God did give us a Sabbath to rest. The thing is, I'm sure she does get her rest, but she's got an emptiness, she's got a need. She used to have the family and the children, but the family's grown thin as the children grew up. So one or two, sympathy from the printing press background perspective. Or helpfully give unsolicited advice of what else she could do. And it's not like she'll be doing hard labor, she wants to help out. Are the kids hiding upstairs? They're not hiding upstairs. Alright. Almost hassled everybody else around town. Andrus and I, he really did go after his sweetie. Dad's spirits are high, but gets headaches and spells of dizziness. We got the entire town coming together to help out. Like you both are grateful. Could I ask both? Because I want to show my gratitude. I feel like that's the least I can do in social exchange, is give gratitude for her offer. But I do want confirmation that she's the out-of-town gal. She's the Innsbruck gal. That the Ironmonger had his eyes on, and then Andrea said, go for it. You only live once, don't live a life of regrets. Maybe we could do both. Gratitude first. My sweetie. From Innsbruck, this is Andreas' doing. Matchmaker Andreas. Just appears all jitters and nerves. How did it feel to leave home for someone, somewhere far away, uprooting yourself? This could be part of Maggie's arc, not just the mural, the history of the town, and caring for her father's final days, but also the possibility that she might have to settle down, might have to leave town. She's got options. She's got an unknown life ahead of her. And now there's a slight injection of genetic diversity in passing. It's not just the same families marrying into the same families over generations. Also, she married up too. Very inspiring, Resi. Glad you found happiness. I'm still unsure. You can't actually know how life would have turned out if you stayed in Innsbruck. Yeah, but she's happy now. Glad you found it. Thank you for telling about your past. Hope I've also made the right choices so far. Let's not make it all about ourselves. Thank you for the story. You say that, but as soon as this conversation is done, we're gonna bully him with conversation too. Alive and massive matters, not well Endress. Pull some more favors out of the town. He doesn't like Dr. Stolz either. We've spoken to Gert. Wait, no. We spoke to Agnes. Gertrude's the nun, yeah? Yeah. So we could stop by the abbey, by the convent, and see if Gertrude, Sister Gertrude still, wants to whip something up for us. This man has lost all his reputation in town. I've noticed. He's the most bitter man I've ever met. He's all dead and no, not true. You got the entire town, you got a cunning woman, you have a nun, we have options. And yet, here he is still. In this town he doesn't respect at all. He's a man of wealth and very little power, but wants to be a man of wealth and power, however small it is. Andrus, you turned it down. You actually care about the town, though. I suppose it would pull him away from his forge. What about Resi on the council? Brother Wolslav, but not brother anymore, are ya? Does he have an entry? How do I only have 2 groups of people to pick from? I've only got 2 pages of... That's a few. I know more people than this. My only people categories are Apollo, Artemis, Black Till, Esther, Fabian, Kraft, Martha, Ulrich. When I've spoken to so many more. Or are they hiding them? Then glossary after. So it's not that I have hidden pages of peoples. Maybe she just doesn't keep as thorough notes as Andreas did. Kurtzer house inside but not outside. Alright, let's go say hello to you despite everyone trying to match us together. And despite you calling us mags every time we tell you not to. Can be pretty stubborn and want to, Utz. You think that little of me? I'm very good at getting my way, Utz. Is that to suggest we seduce the council? Or just being flirty with him? What is a broken heart going toward? Just because we have that reputation doesn't mean we take the hard option every time. I can be stubborn when I want to be, Utz. And in the council... What do you mean by that? Plenty of opinion women in town want to let us join the council. Take that up with the Lord, of course. You really think so? Clearly you forgot about Agnes. Doesn't suffer fools gladly. She's not young, she's not hot, she's not... Is what he's saying. He's trying to be flirty, and I'm just keeping my wall up. You do, though? You vouch for me to do the mirror in the first place? The youngest member of the council? Others have more life experience, it's a good thing. You waste all of your time with crafted Apollo anyway. He may be an ass, but deep down inside, not even Magdalene likes to see him upset. He's always poking fun at me too, though. I should remind him he's not that important after all. Now, you didn't pick up the prickly barbed option. He did vouch for me. That's help. He's used his power in whatever way he could. That's how it's gonna be when half the rat house is entrenched, rich old men. Keep pushing us, stuck in the past, but we're looking towards the future of Tassing. You sound like my dad. Always said the council was scared of doing anything important, but door hinges they'll do. Don't think anything is going to change for the better in this town. It's stuck in its ways. As she leaves it behind for Prague and Esther. Keep pushing up so you can do it. He's actually using our full Christian name, and not just Mags. Maybe there's hope for Utz yet. And it's back to Mags right away. Okay, let's go to the forest. No, let's go to the Abbey first. Because I want to see if Gertrude also has medicines for Dad. We'll stop by Gertrude, if Sister Gertrude's got anything, and then afterwards, we'll go to the forest, see if the Gertner kids are there. Oh, Martha's here. As a matter of fact, yes. Are you going to join the Poor Clares? Maybe. That's a nice idea. Why would you want to do that? Why on earth would you want to do that, strapping young gal as yourself? This will be remembered. Oh no, is this her first This Will Be Remembered? "25! She's practically a spinstress!" You could get married still before the time comes. Times are tough. Will this make you happy? That's unfair. You should be able to inherit. Sabine was able to. She inherited Andreas' estate. They get to Nuremberg, why not here? Abbey's walls didn't protect it during revolt, but the convent was safe. You could do so much more. You just need to be ambitious. You gotta strap your bootstraps. Maybe you're right. I've thought about joining the order myself, don't what to say. You should follow your heart. Hiding behind the walls. No offense, Sister Gertrude. Doesn't seem like the right way to live. I'm thinking I could have possibly chosen. This is probably going to be a choice of convincing her something. And so far I've got one, this will be remembered. I don't think you should join the order, just because you're 25 and unwed. Heck, she's with Peach, I wouldn't say no. Scoffed at the idea. Okay, alright. There's a few other things I ID'd as being possibilities of what might sway her, like if I remind her. Where's the steeple? Those holes in the roof. Those plants poking out the windows. The Abbey wasn't safe. Why on earth? Would this make you happy? Closer to the Lord, shouldn't we all want that? Not safe out here, but the Abbey's walls didn't protect it. So, I gotta see, are there any other plus pluses hiding in here? Any more plus pluses? What if I say could be married? Does she even want to be married? What about outside tasking? Apollo, Kraft, Oates isn't married yet. What about Kraft? Kraft is a good hard worker. He's got a nice trade. He's a stonemason. He doesn't have much ambition himself, but if he takes an apprenticeship, then he'll be an even finer craftsman. He frightens a fissure of unhappiness in his heart. You could fix him. Oh, she could, big city girl. More ambitious. Will be remembered. Is this going to inspire her then? We scoff at the idea of going to the convent. We give her an inspiration, could be more like us. She could hang with us. Soon it's going to be Maggie by herself. She's already taking care of Dad while we're searching for the mural and doing the mural and running the print shop. We could take her in as our print apprentice. It's probably not proper because we're not a master printer yet. We're not with the guild. But she could help out. You can give her some daily duties, some tasks to keep her busy. Maybe segue into a Brigitte Veronica thing. Don't join the order. Oh, not ambitious enough as a down. I don't think I'm able to get through to her for this if I want to convince her against it. Maybe if I had different background choices, I'd have some more plus pluses. Like perhaps if I was knowledgeable about the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, I could inject her with different ideas about what else she could be doing, about how the life in the convent might not be for her. It's 1 plus if I say why on earth. How many pluses if I say, oh, that's nice? How about Apollo? Kraft scares her. Everybody expects Utz to marry Maggie. I meant to say Apollo, I pressed E instead of W. Oh, come on. What if I'm friendly, if I say follow your heart? Maybe that might win her brownie points. This will be remembered. She knows her own heart is nervous and confused. If you're not driven by consuming devotion, oh, maybe this is a plus plus I needed. It doesn't say that the nun's life is meant for you. This will be remembered. Lifelong commitment. She doesn't know if she's ready. I couldn't convince her. Oh, that's only 1 plus. 2 pluses only gets me 2/3 of the way through. What about Apollo? Maybe she likes Apollo enough that Apollo might contribute 1 extra plus. To get married. Apollo. Apollo isn't This Will Be Remembered. Isn't that a sister, though? So Apollo doesn't get me? Maybe I just can't convince her. Because I get one more. If I say follow your heart, and if she's not ready for the commitment, then she's like, yeah, I'm really not ready. Maybe it's less that he's got a little sister kink, and more that he's just childish himself, so he's just into the playtime with his family. Why didn't I? Maybe if I get my own experiences for why I didn't join the convent, maybe that'll be a plus plus or a plus plus plus. Love the Lord, but not like that, still considering it. Don't want to leave that alone. Love the Lord, but not like that. What if I go backwards? If I say I think you should join, and fail to convince her, will she stay out of it? Maybe that's what I have to do. Because she's feeling insecure enough that she is going to do the opposite of what I suggest. Reverse psychology. -1, -1. To you should join the nuns. Could leave tasking entirely. Find a suitable husband. Adopting with possible. We've done it! We've kept her out of the convent! Maybe that would have been the plus plus I was after. The taking care of dad? This is a very incidental, insignificant thing, so I don't mind like repeating through this over and over again to see what I could play with. But there was also the option to talk about why didn't you join the convent? Oh, because of my father. I didn't take the because of my father option. But she might. Belittle the idea of joining the nuns. I thought about joining myself, and then why didn't you? Didn't want to leave dad alone. She's also got a sickly dad. Is that the angle I need? To not need reverse psychology. Ah, it doesn't give plus pluses. Alright, we'll go back to reverse psychology. I haven't got the clout with her to just say no, don't do it, and have her listen. She's fickle, she's nervous, she doesn't know her own heart. She's gonna take good advice and do the opposite, so I gotta play to that. Reverse psychology it is. Scoffed at being a nun. Exposed she's got no passion for this, so totally go join the convent. Glad to be her duck. Now, Gertrude. To intrude on Gertrude. And see if the herb hut does anything for Dad. Gertrude, is that your way of saying that you were it? You are the one with the pretty purple ink from your garden? And the beautiful Gothic handwriting from your education as a nun? And you're warning me to my face that if I get involved, I could get hurt? That's why you stayed behind in Curacao? Had to do something. Even if her dad was still there, had to do something. Didn't think of that. Acted on instinct. Only knew Dad needed help as soon as possible. Honestly, Susan was terrified. Only thought of Dr. Stolz because there was so much blood. Thanks to you, really, without reading Hildegard's Physica. Wouldn't have realized he was so badly hurt. Oh, your keyboard doesn't work too well, that shouldn't show. I'm sorry to hear it. Nothing quite like an unreliable keyboard. Had plenty of that in my time. Hildegard's Physica. Was that the book Andreas picked out for, or is that a different one? Medical Treatise of Hildegard. Now that's a different one. 9 categories of healing. Plants, elements, trees, stones, fish, birds, animals, reptiles, and metals. Healing with reptiles. Thank you, Sister Gertrude. I didn't think that the nuns would be allowed to St. Sadia's. Dad's spirited him up, but I know he doesn't have much time. Dad says the pain has gone down, but Dr. Stolz is worried about a brain hemorrhage. Hasn't been able to get up or walk around without my help. Gertrude, don't know what to do. Have you got a herb for brain hemorrhage? She might have some psyllium left. Heat his brain, prevent infection. Perfect! Let's just microwave his brain. Thank you, sister. Great for all the help of everyone and tasking provided. Pray you're right. Trying to keep busy with the mirror, but sometimes I just want to cry. It's not fair. Why would God let this happen? I feel so helpless. True as that is. First, thank you for the medicines. A mini keyboard attached to your phone. You're on the thread mill. Funny enough, I used to try something similar, like, it has to be a decade by now, but what I used to do is have the thread mill in front of the TV, and I would basically just walk at a very brisk pace on the thread mill while playing Skyrim. I would do laps around the entire province, and if the elevation got rougher or the terrain went higher, I'd raise the elevation of the thread mill. And there was no way to actually play the game while walking the threadmill, so if there was something I had to run away from, I'd increase the speed. And that was fun, I'd sweat, but it wasn't really doing anything for me, ultimately. Who would have guessed that like a half-hour run does a lot more workout than a full hour walking, even at elevation or speed. A way to maul that in? I would not be surprised. I'm sure it would take effort to make. But the things that I've seen people do, or like meme runs and whatnot, if they could do Ring Fit Silent Hill, then I'm pretty sure somebody could have some kind of connection between Skyrim and a threadmill to have it operate more organically than pushing buttons on the threadmill to stimulate what's in the game in front of you. Still all the rest of her herbs. Any more kind words and comfort I can get? Alright, name of the superior, I think. Yeah, Ring Fit Silent Hill. A little while back, Punchy actually found a way to set his Ring-Con as inputs for Silent Hill. Very finicky, but was able to do it. Does she want me to spin the mule restricted way? Francisca wasn't around in that era. Francisca is a poor Claire's. So, what stake have you got, Mother Francisca? Yeah, what of it? I'm excited to paint this town's history. Enthusiasm and insistence is most troubling. Does she have connection to the purple-inked man? The council was hesitant at first, but they all agreed it could do it. Some people... You wouldn't be happening to include yourself in that group, would you? Very astute. Oh, I'm not feminine enough, is that it? Because I insist on painting this mural, tossing a phallic brush around to spread its pigmented splooge around all over the wall. And being so bullheaded to insist that I do this, to demand that I do this. That is too manly, too masculine, is that what she's saying? What do you mean, Abbess? The pursuit of trade is not for women. Paul could say whatever it is Paul wants. Jesus had nothing to say about women having to be subservient. I don't recall the faith being called Paulianity. Then imprudent we shall be. A different calling. We're not going to be a nun after you call us too masculine for wanting to work. You may disagree with my choices. I'm not going to stop painting the mural, Mother Francisca. My dad taught me how to run the shop, and I love printing. What is wrong with working as a printer? Who says I'm troubling? How'd you hear that anyway? Aren't you all stuck up here? She's certainly all stuck up. Father Thomas suggested Father Thomas, saying I'm too bullheaded, wanted to paint this mural, send me to a nunnery. Father Thomas. Might have to have a talk with him. You both need to stop. Gossip isn't very Christian. Spit it around back at her. I think I've sought the first and last of her guidance. I'm going to write to Mother Illuminata first thing when I get back home. Be like, Mother Illuminata, please come back. Francisca's not my real mother. And now that we are far away from the Abbey, this is as idyllic a spot as ever. Somehow still 6 o'clock in the morning. Been a couple of hours. Tea. Is it a tragically empty state that needs to be fixed? So I'm going to BRB and be back with more tea in a minute. And furthermore, Mother Illuminata would agree. You got brownie points with Mother Illuminata if you interpreted the word of Paul more sympathetically as evidence of the hardship women face. Apollo, where's that key? You could totally lose points with Mother than Sister Illuminata if instead you interpret Paul to mean, hey Illuminata, Paul says shut up and subservient yourself, in the middle of her talking about how hard it is for them. I think Apollo's just immature. I don't think he's got an Emoto complex. I think that he's just a child at heart still. Earlier, he asked us if we had any books about frogs, or knew of any books about frogs. It could be that he's just a child at heart, or he's still youthful enough that he's catering to that part of his sister's interests as more of a friend than an older sibling pseudo-father figure. What do you eat frogs for? You're weird. It's cute. Frogs don't come out this time of year. We do already have a reputation as a flirt. I'm gonna keep that toolbox in my pocket. And hopefully say, frogs don't come out this time of year, they're gone. It's November, kid! They don't. Hildegard says they're cold and wet creatures. They won't be out this in autumn. They won't be out this in autumn. This guy is bigger, maybe older than I am. And he's not just hunting frogs, perfectly fine, but he is talking like a child in terms of, you're gonna snitch on me, you're gonna tell mommy. They're going to put the frogs in the tabernacle, aren't they? Sunday's gonna come around, Father Thomas is going to do the morning reading, and then everyone's going to sing, and he's gonna turn around, unlock the tabernacle, open it, and see a bunch of dried, dead frogs leaking all over the Eucharist. Good luck, be careful, you've already had to go to confession this year. If you mess with my mural, you'll be sorry. Be careful, you've already had to go to confession once this year. The Great Frog Plague of 1543. Up to something requires capturing a bunch of frogs. It's in the Key to Salvation section. What else could it be? Learn to keep his mouth shut. Alright, so he's definitely the more immature between the two. Yeah, they want to put frogs in the Eucharist. And I can't ask them about the key. Is there a key hidden among the leaves? No key hidden among the leaves? Landed and Juckerin, friend of Smokies. Is there? Introductions. I am. Father's a printer. I'm the printer. My father and I both printers. Sample the wares. What, the inks? I read books, often as I can. Not as much as you think. I thought he meant like sample the wares as in tasting the inks. Who knows what they're made of in this era. In trouble again. What is Smokey worried about? That he's going to leave some little children in town? Also, I just realized Smokey's beard is getting longer, grayer, and a little bit more scraggly. Trouble? From me? Oh, that's fine. Tell us. Doesn't bother old Smoky none. Doesn't bother me any. I was going to say, what? Getting run out of town for talking about books, but this is 16th century Europe. This is a barbaric and warlike people. Amazed that they could pile some stones together to make it a house. So I want to know what happened. They told Father Thomas about your argument. He wants to talk about the Eucharist in a time when the box to the Eucharist is currently locked, with the key missing. We might have had stronger input for this conversation if we chose to give her an interest in Reformation and Counter-Reformation books. Doesn't mean it hasn't factually changed. Must our senses necessarily encompass all of God's miracles? I suppose it's true. And it's convenient if the miracle happens, we just can't see it. Doesn't mean it hasn't changed just because we can't see it. See, full disclosure, I have absolutely no problem with this is my body and blood being figurative, but again, the early church did have to pass through and be shaped by European minds, and so the arguments, the debates, and councils they had to go a certain direction. At its most basic, when you step back, you have, here, we're all brothers and sisters together. We could break bread together, partake together, hooray community all together. Lord above, practitioners below, all of us one. It's not too complex. But then you make it into a serious theological debate and put lives on the line, and suddenly it's very, very important. You following, Smokey? Isn't that heresy? What are you talking? What are you saying? We shouldn't take communion? You following, Smokey? You got this? You alright up there? Absolutely not. And he won't say otherwise. Okay, tell us why it's so important. Sure. With Lucifer creating the world. Excuse me, Jesus Christ, to say nothing. Excuse me? Okay, but Vaslav, we haven't even taken that as canon yet. By what power could a portion of God's will separate from the whole? We haven't got Gnostic books here in passing. Are you suggesting, Vaslav, that what we're doing is partaking in the body and blood of Lucifer? A false light, corrupted imitation of divine intellect? See that? Theologies that fall into the world is inherently corrupt, forsake the world, just focus on the thereafter. Not a big fan of that. The world is a gift. The world is also a kingdom, and we are stewards of it. Not an inherently corrupted thing, this planet and this world. This lived experience. But a thing to cherish and take care of. People forget the whole stewardship aspect. They go all in for prosperity gospel, give us the extracted wealth. Not enough. For this too is the Lord's kingdom, and you are its caretakers. Take care of it, dummies. Genesis wrong. Was Jesus flawed by being a man, though he was born of a virgin? But you still believe it could be redeemed through Christ? I've definitely heard enough. But Jesus was man as well as God. Doesn't that mean that he was flawed? Ooh, accidental rhyme. But you said physical bodies were corrupt. Still, into a physically corrupted body. I'm pretty sure reincarnation. I'm not up on what exactly was canon yet or not canon anymore in the Middle Ages, but I'm pretty sure that reincarnation is one of those things that were absolutely verboten. But I will say, he is drifted into some more dharmic areas. The transmigration of souls, the whole idea being that our karma binds us to this cycle of reincarnation, and it's only through enlightenment and reaching nirvana, whatever definition that's taken for your sect, that you could transcend the cycle of rebirth. A sad way to look at life. That is a sad way, that here we are, living, experiencing, is hell. If he wants to see it that way, that's fine. In 5 years, may see it another way. Illuminating, just being polite, it was illuminating. You got to learn lots about his worldviews and different ways of being and thinking. I might not agree, but still cool. Now, I didn't want to wrap these two out to Father Thomas, but I might have to if they're planning a prank with the tabernacle. Is Apollo on the council? I know Utz is. I don't think Apollo is. Apollo's too mature. Any luck finding the tabernacle key? I think I know where your missing key went. Any luck? No. I think I know where it is. Sister Amelie. Okay. If I say Sister Amelie and name drop her, then when Father Thomas is like, I know you kids have the key, he's not going to say it's because of me. He's going to say, we heard it from our anchoress, and she is going to consume my sin. Send them both to the alley. The devil's in those children. Don't punish them too harshly, thank you. It's about time their actions caught up with them. Don't punish them too harshly, Father. The snitch. Snitched on Artemis and Apollo. They won't be very happy with me, but the adults will be pleased. But the whole point of name-dropping Sister Emily was so that it wouldn't come back to us. Putting frogs in the Eucharist, mute it, risk the town's salvation, sick of your pranks, Apollo. Deal with the consequence of your action. You're such a child. Grow up. Do something useful with your life. Wow. Well, we're not going to be flirting with you anymore, Apollo. You are off the flirt list. I have made 2 enemies in town when he says he's not going to help me anymore. I could have used their resources, I think. He's gonna be my contemporary, they both are. The adults are gonna be old and pass on, whereas these kids are going to grow up and be my neighbors in town. I see a crank. Ow. There's her tinker mind. Could climb down, but looks dangerous. If I rigged a rope to the top beams, can get down more easily. Baltus might have some tools. Could help me rig a way. That's gonna take a while. Baltus has broad ambitions for his inventions. He's gonna be like a mechanical man that could climb up and down a ladder with me in a basket on his back. I just need a rope. Apollo and Artemis bragging about how they sneak around the ruins. I just burned those bridges. Rope to a top beam. Okay. Alright. Everything we need is at home then. We'll do this in the morning, so that if I do end up stuck at night, stuck down in the well, it's not going to be overnight. Well, the mine. You got other things to talk about, Father Thomas? You wanted me to join the convent? Want to have a word. Got a bone to pick with you. Given all your sermons against it, I didn't expect you to be the town gossip. You don't take my meaning. I don't take kindly to your gossip with Mother Francisca about me. Heard you still disapprove of my taking over the rat house mural? 'Cause I'm a girl? Oh, no, insistence! Masculine insistence! Respectfully, I don't believe this is any of your concern. So you and Mother Francisca want to convince me to join the poor Clares. Just admit it. You're only saying this because I'm a woman. You wouldn't tell Utz or Kraft this shit. That is true. That is true. And we'll go to confession and apologize for the vulgar word father, but first it must come out. He admits it. He's not even trying to hide it. You're not my real father. She's not my real mother. I hear your concern, Father. This isn't your place. If I need your help, trust me to ask for it. I'm not some orphan who needs to be taken care of by the church, Father. I can look after myself. You're a gossip and a meddler, Father. Stop trying to influence my decision. Lead me to my mural. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ask Apollo and Artemis for help. That's not gonna happen. Not in this timeline. Nah. I got my own tools. If I tell Artemis and Apollo now, they're gonna cut the rope while I'm down there. Just one simple rope and one knot. That's all I need. And finally, gonna make our way down into the mine. In the previous generation, when they said the children said that there was treasures down there, and lots of rocks. But if Artemis and Apollo get down there now, if there was any treasure, it's likely all gone. Though who knows? They're not exactly rich themselves. Have the rope to climb down, but it could take a while. Let's do it! We'll do mine in the morning, then talk to Ill Peter in the afternoon. Thought I was going to go to the crossbeam itself, but the wheel is on. This doesn't look very secure. And away she goes. This isn't so bad. And an easy enough way back up, maybe. The rope goes down far enough, there's a ladder, she needs an extra boost. And there's a lantern. Maybe with flint and steel? What's that next to it? She's an expert climber. That takes strength. That is upper body strength right there. And it's got enough oil. I'm guessing that might be the kids. The shiny, glittery, so there is lots of coins. Could I read it? I know Italian. This is German. Geliebte J. Meine große Liebe. Keine andere ist vergleichbar mit dir. Selbst als König Salomon sprach von den allerschönsten Frauen, wagte nicht, sich dich Moses. It's been too long. It's been far too long. Oh, that's cute. Rising passion. Poor Jay. Hope her lover was better at things other than poetry. I would have chucked this down a mine shaft too. Rising passion. Yeah, what they do is they take Iberian slaves, have them push this wheel for like several months until they turn it to Conan. So we could add a mule to our mural. A mule and a mine. Oh, now I'm getting Heaven's Vault vibes. We're in the statue carving moon. Oh, they got little votive offerings. Just collecting all the potsherds. Eat your heart out, Lara Croft. So there are mining materials here. This would have been about the same period as the Romans then. The same mine use period. And so what's your function? Full figures. In a cave. In the mine. By this pool of water in the aquifer. Caves and underground springs are commonly seen as like spirit connections. So maybe this is votive? Maybe these are offerings left behind? Or it could be some kids came over on Bring Your Child to Work Day. And they left the toys behind. Tassia, give me water, or Pluto preserve me. The salt is drying me to death. What's a salt mine? I guess so. Oh, look, features of the town. There's the aqueducts. Salina, that's a salt mine. Castrum, that must have been the abbey before it was the abbey. Mithraeum, do they have a temple to Mithras here? Which one did you recognize? The Mithraeum, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Their Mithras temple? What if Saint Moritz was not just a Roman soldier, but the original Mithras worship. It kind of looks like it's on a hill overlooking the town, and the aqueduct does come to the hill. Laetus' soul ascend to the Mithraea, my soul will descend to the stand hall of salt. And who's this triumphant figure? A figure holding a sword and a torch. That's as far right as I can go. Don't want to go too far right. More potsherds. And this is the very bottom of this pit. If we cannot enter the Mithraea, we will make our own altar to the gods. So would this have been in the Christianization period of Tassi, if they weren't allowed access to the Mithraea? Oh, maybe that's why they got offerings down here. This ceased to be a mine, and instead became a place of secret worship. I could see that happening. Now, do I use knowledge from, which one was it? Which Sherlock's Holmes game was it with the Mithraea? Was that Devil's Daughter? I don't think it was Devil's Daughter. Was that Crime and Punish? It was one of those. But I don't think we could use that game's interpretation of Mithraism, since its interpretation of Mithran temples were kind of shaped by the necessity to have complex video game puzzles. Okay, so we got this piece in the middle. Does it appear that I can rotate them? Hopefully they all have the proper orientation then. Who's going to have the leg? Can I rotate? AD to rotate. I see now. Maybe something like that? No, that's not it. Could I grab the central piece here? I can't grab the central piece, so that one is unknown, I guess. So, I have a leg to start with. I see. You go. Or here, actually. There we go. Perfect. Just like that. So good at this. And you got an arm sticking out, so you go here. Yeah. I think that works. Maybe this one? No. That doesn't fit at all. Something like that. Fits perfectly, it seems. Unless this isn't this person. I think it is, because it fits here and fits here. Just not very well. Sure, it's fine. And then we have a thing here. We have a border. Who's going into this border? Is it a border like this? Yeah. And then a border like this. Cool. That seems to match well enough. Just got corner pieces here. She is so good at this. Okay, that fits perfectly almost. Yeah, that's the arm. It's the curve. And now that we have more of the face, there's that person there, perfect. Is this your elbow? That does appear to be the elbow. And you've got a leg over here. And your other dagger. Cool. So what have we got? Above we have a giant horned figure with animals around it, one dead person, one person kneeling, and a large figure in hierarchic order holding a knife before the big horned figure, and below. Spirits? A dead guy with a dagger in his heart? Is my interpretation? Perchta and the spirits of the wild hunt. Maybe. Could that have been the salacious information, the scandalous salacious information in the Historiae Taciae? Human sacrifice to Percha in the pre-Christian times. My interpretation was more these are underworld spirits and this guy's just dead. She's got her interpretation. I've got my interpretation. We're both making guesses. We gotta go back and read that Historia book. Oh, do you suspect maybe? Every time there's some hardship in town, the man with the gothic writing and the purple ink pushes people with their secrets to act. And that becomes a sacrifice to Perchta. What if that's the real secret then? That it wasn't the monastery? To think that our ancestors made this, and I'm holding it now. Maybe this is what I could paint in the mural. This is part of our history, but not sure it's the best story to portray. Barbaric and very pagan. Doubt anybody would want to see our past shown this way. I mean, the townsfolk are good Christian folk, right? It's showing how we advanced from a pagan, barbaric people to the enlightened, tassing folk who only do a little murder these days. And this is a maybe. A maybe isn't a wedding. Yeah, think more about it before you decide for certain. Oh, that's a dead end. We don't get the infinite paraffin. But since we now know that there's some pagan stuff going on here, sacrifice? Less human sacrifice? Just sees it as remnants of the ancestors, but nothing else to muse on. Do 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 do. What was that? Was that an attempt on my life? Was that Apollo and Artemis angry that I broke their fraud plans? Oh, that's somebody warning me not to dig up too much stuff from the past, I think. I didn't get a good look either. Was that a beard? There's plenty of loose rocks around. Wouldn't be too difficult for somebody in half health. To 1 o'clock, okay. So that's just all my morning. And I could still make a choice, right? What do I think? We got meals? No, we got more objectives. So it is still the classic. 1 morning activity, 1 afternoon activity. Let's talk. Let's talk to Earl Peter. We got some pre-Roman stories, maybe? Well, there's some Roman era. If there was... Me? Yes, it's me. What's up, Holler? Who's Holler? The Lord's Gamekeeper. Okay. I am not. I don't know whose pig that is. That's not my pig. I'm the printer's daughter, Magdalene Druckerlin. That's not my pig. I was a child at a craven for acorns. I was in the salt mine. Does everyone have to justify being in the woods? I have no idea. The pig was in the wood when I came in here. If you want to take the pig, it's no skin off my back. Say nothing. And those who brought the pig, huh? I could have taken the time to find out whose pig that was, I think. Man, I thought the Abbey was harsh. These guys brought guns. And back to work at the rat house. I don't see an objective at the rat house. I want to talk to Will Peter. And how come Apollo and Artemis didn't get warned? Okay, where's my peasants? Is anybody missing a pig? I see 2 pigs here. Are the Bowers missing a pig? Do they keep pigs? Aren't too many often in tasking. Do you have someone in mind? Whoops. So if we don't cut Whoops, he's gonna. His eyes seem to wander. Altz is a fool. He's solid enough. He's unmarried, so it's okay if he's got the wandering eye. Give yourself some credit, Hans. So these guys don't see 2 missing pigs. Gertner, see you guys missing pigs? Nobody has anything to say about pigs? Could be some other family I don't speak to. Oh wait, no, Blacktail is an option for stories. I'll save them for later. Look at the early history of casting for part of the mural, but there's just 2. He's just jealous. I spend more time with the mural than I do with him. That will be remembered. You don't have any of the old books? Only a few. Oh, they're too expensive, but he has some then. Something better than books. Evidence? Don't have books on the old pagans, but we have their stuff. Ceramic pots, animals, bricks from an old forge. Lots and lots of salt. And a bear of amber. Where'd you find it all? Carl finds things, Fabian? They just dig it up out of the earth? How do you think these people live? What do you think they were like? Where do you think they all went? They became us. They got married, had babies, and their babies grew up and had babies of their own until eventually you get casting in 1540 whenever. Under the caves or the muck. Just like, yeah, just like today. Tassig wasn't just on the Imperial Road. They made the road come through Tassig. Oh, nice. You bring some stuff over. That'd be great. Maybe I can talk to everyone then and do everything. I had concerns that I don't have enough time of the day for one thing at a time. One thing in the morning, one thing at night. And now there's only 2 objectives. So yeah, I've got to make a choice after all then. He's right outside. He is literally right outside the house. Gotta make sure those door hinges don't squeak every house in town. Good attempt to stay, would worry that you'd be lonely otherwise. Dad misses Mom after all these years. Do you miss Autumn? I would jump at the chance to leave Tassing if it didn't mean Dad would be left alone. Maybe it feels the same. Maybe that is her future. Maybe Utz and Mags ends up together after all. But off in Prague, maybe he does have his eyes set on the horizons beyond these mountains. Whoever he marries will be a lucky woman. If he ever grows up, he still acts like a boy half the time. Little Christina. What time is it? 1300 hours. So talking to Black Till took no time. We stop by Agnes. See if Agnes has Dad's medicine ready. Maybe they'll all come around and drop it by later. Oh, Clara's here! That's right, she did say she's gonna help take care of things around the house for us. That'll help keep things going with Dad for a bit. And yeah, it's good for Dad's mental health too, for his spiritual well-being, having somebody else to talk to. Gonna pop in, check on Dad. Okay, now for ill Peter. The House of Ill repeats. What if that pig really was nobody's? And it somehow wandered all the way in from some other village? Can I talk to you for a moment? Could you tell me some stories about Tassing? Rattle, rattle, rattle. Not even Ursula. We couldn't give Ursula an interest in the old ways. Maybe if we convinced Ursula to adhere to the old ways, then she'd be talking with ill Peter about it more often. And all the stories would be more fresh in his mind. Any myths from even before the Romans came to Tassing? Those were the spirits, but Father Thomas is the only good spirits, the Holy Ghost, everything else is the devil. We're not going to badger him about that. If we were, there's no point talking to him. We want answers. We want stories. I thought spirits only cause trouble. Spoiling milk, making livestock sick. Rheatus, our great chief. It's a Latin name. I'm sure that the Romans gave him the name, and that's the name we know him by now. I could hear yammering. Alright, Grandpa, I'm listening. Weren't as cut as they are now, tribes fought one another for the best land. Is that any different from 16th century Europe? Or 20th century Europe, for that matter? Or 21st century Europe, as the case may be now? Like I said, a barbaric and warlike people. And so they came in, brought their devotion and their people. Is this going to be exactly like the story of Saint Moritz? And the winter was coming, he found a spring. Winter was approaching already. Was Wolf a spirit? Why do that? Wolves kill livestock? 2 of his sheep were killed by wolves last month. Ratius was a bad chieftain. Even Aina was foolhardy to wolf loose. Why do that? Don't wolves kill livestock? They don't know better. This is still the primitive European people after all. They think wolves kill all their livestock, and so they kill off all the wolves. And their livestock still keep dying. stop being a... Alright, I'll stop being a gossip. Sorry, please keep going. Scribble, scribble. Yeah, it's bad luck. You disrupt the entire ecosystem. Winter coming. The sacred spring. This story repeats 3 times now. That's 3 foundings of this town. Rhaetus, when winter is coming, saves a wolf and finds a spring. Roman soldier settles the town apparently in the winter, finding a spring. St. Moritz Christianizes the town, holding up in the winter, finds a spring. Wonderful story, perfect for the first part of the mural. But God protects us from the spirits and devils now, don't need Persia. Then how come there's been so much hardship in 25 years? All superstition, a story told to children. Where'd that thing go? I had a thing here. Oh well. A wonderful story, maybe perfect for the first part. That's my doing. I couldn't convince Ursula. I'm asking right now. That's why I want to know. These stories need to be on the mural. And time still hasn't advanced. Which means we got time for Smokey too. We could squeeze in everything. It's still 1,300 hours. Magdalene's got so much pep in her step compared to Andreas. She fits in so much into her workday. Okay, Smokey. Give us a hot goss. Yes, actually. But first, ask about the old salt mines or the ancient gossip. Anything about the old pagan and Roman mines. He does have stories about the mines and other Roman ruins. Might he know about the Mithraeum? Mars and Tassia, the nymph. And Father Thomas has no problem with that. He's got problems with Artemis and Apollo, but not Cassia. It's a bit faulty. Got me curious. Need something about the Romans to paint. Don't need to hear those parts. Don't leave anything out, especially the body parts. We're taken after Hetty. Is this also going to be winter? Heard a woman scream in terror. I go in the forest all the time. Why wouldn't God be hunting and passing sports? How should he know? What do you mean, crowd? Try to scare me. Ghosts aren't real. Human spirits go to heaven or hell. Need more facts, Smokey. Now this is good enough. What do you mean, crowd? This got more impact that way. The crowd and not just walk. Transformed into a wolf, and then he got trapped. And then Rheatus found him, and then rescued him and became Saint Moritz. They bathe. I see. I get it, they bathe. Smokey! We're so fertile because of Mars and Cassia's drippings from the pond. Growing crops here for generations, people would want a reason for that, even if it was the gods. Might be tricky to paint, not sure if the council would approve. Oh my, did you make that up? How do we know that's a real legend? I think this is objective base. We have been growing crops for generations. People might like that. Did you make it up? He did see those other Romans. We're part of the Holy Roman Empire. It's not Roman though, that's German. That is a German empire. Because of how long it was a Roman colony, that's ridiculous. We're Bavarian. The town was named after Cassia. We're Bavarian in the sense that the modern state of Bavaria encapsulates it. Built upon the Roman foundations, like the rat house is now. Old temple by Satya Shrine, is that where the Mithrium was? There's a cistern. The cistern that Andreas fell into could have been tied to the temple. Tassing been building upon itself for hundreds of years. What a beautiful idea. Never realized how much relied on the Romans from. They might have come in, destroyed everything, put their own infrastructure on. But what else has the Romans done for us? It's all rubble, reused, forgotten. Ah, that's a beautiful idea. I'll let you know, thanks. I was hoping we might be able to talk to him about the Mithraeum, though. And we can't check beyond there, that's as far as we can get. Too carnal for the mural, but might use it. I've certainly got plenty of material for the early parts. I guess that's the, that's the loop for this part then? Get some ideas? Check out every single thing, because I have time of the day for every single thing. I'm gonna decide what goes in the mural. Sup, craft. Sup. Okay. Mural. Number 1. Planning. To 3 in the afternoon. Magdalene. For Christ's sake, Utz. Sigh heavily. If they're gonna pair us together, gonna be that kind of girlfriend. He's trying. Of course. Doesn't look like anything now. The art appears significant at the start. No work of art appears significant at the start. You think Michelangelo was born, a great sculptor. What would you know about it? Do you even know the difference between egg tempura and oil paint? This is in ascending order of how harsh I want to be to him. Basically, the progression of the old GF from nice and this is like pretty neutral, right? If there's a disagreement, it's neutral, okay, and it's progressively more Barbie. I'm not gonna. It's might be a bit juvenile, but he's done nothing to deserve the harsh barbs yet. No work of art appears significant at the start. Magdalangelo. Oh, that's worth a screenshot. Made the right choice after all. I never got around to reading the Historiae Taciae, though. We got the book, but she said she'll get to it tonight. Hopefully nothing in there contradicts the stories we pieced together today, so I don't have to redo this wall. Options. Use of pottery and tools a farmer have found to show how we lived before the Romans. Smokey told a story about the god Mars as a wolf, the nymph Tassia, how the spring was blessed. Il Pete remembers a legend about a chieftain Ryatus. He healed a wolf that led him to a spring. Recreate an image we found in the mine, showed our ancestors made human sacrifices to appease Perchta and the spirits. Now, I'm fairly certain that if we use this, we could show an accurate history, but also one that shows a progression from pagan barbarism to Christian civility, and I'm sure that in the 16th century Bavaria, even the Lord would love that. But they are taking it. They are going to take that as a subversive, barbaric origin for the town. That might be too upsetting. We'll give the old pagan pre-Roman ways, but not in a how monstrous form that they're not going to understand without the full history. Original founding of the town with Ryatus. Story about our pagan past that isn't overtly supernatural. Original Tassing origins. That is also pretty common folklore, so it wouldn't ruffle too many feathers. About the founding of Tassing. Everyone knows the Spring of the Wood. Yeah, they know about St. Moritz. Most beautiful artwork. Our pagan past, but not overly disruptively supernatural. And he's on the council, so he could explain to Thomas. Of course, I want you all to understand why I'm making the choices. You're welcome. And since he was nice to us, I don't mind talking to you when you're being nice. You big lug. If he straightened his back a bit more, wasn't so juvenile. Oh, he's trying extra hard now. That I gave him a tiny bit of a flirt. Okay, 6 o'clock. How to paint Carousel's history. Gotta write to Matteo for that. Volsigny So, formerly of Carousel. Write them both before bed. What about the book? Yeah, the old book Brigitte gave me. Hopefully I have time for all three. We'll check in with Dad first. I can go out and about. This time. Walk in, say hello, back down I go. Let's do Esther first. Oh, the old book first. What's it gonna get us? Romans conquered the town, built up the walls around it, and then many... Get the Mithraeum here. Various dedications erected in the town. Mars. Raise a vision in the fields that Mars may behold our work. True origin, perhaps the bonfire? Now we're talking about holding the work, though. Diana... sat in a place with water oozing up from herself. The spring. Or maybe the cistern. We'll have to go back to the ruins by Sadia Shrine. Sister Gertrude or Baltus? I trust Sister Gertrude. I don't think Sister Gertrude is gonna rat out the... Sister Gertrude might be a bad idea, though, because this book was supposed to go to Kirsau. Maybe we should talk to Baltus about this. Forget Werner. I don't trust Werner. I don't like Werner. But maybe I should ask somebody more ecclesiastic. I'm sure everyone of education has Latin in them in this period of time. But the theological types are probably more classically trained into it, and more thoroughly. Hey, Din! You want to turn me into a coconut? Alright. Coconut time it is. Hope you're satisfied now. That gives you not just coconut guinea, but the old layout from before I moved rooms. Most revered Father Mateo, Falsini Sol, Archdeacon of Sion. Most revered Mateo Falsini CEO, formerly Kirsal Wabi, let him know exactly what we want. Daughter Tassin Sound Printer Klaus. Mateo didn't get out much though, I'm not sure if he'd know me. Mother Illuminata told me it might be the best person to ask about Kersal's early history. Yes, that is straight to the point, that's everything. Heard you were the sacristan at Kersal. I'm gonna name drop Mother Illuminata. If we got her credentials tied to this, he's gonna be more receptive to spilling his beans, to taking the time to spill his beans. And he better not take another whole month to reply like Mother Illuminata did. Thank you for your helping consideration. I know it may be small comfort, but there are many in passing who regret what happened during the revolt. Sister Gertrude's still here with the poor Clarice. Speaks fondly. And now Lester, we gotta write to our best friend too. Yeah, a whole month. But then she took a month to write back too. We've only just gotten her letter this morning. So much happened since I last wrote. Christ, don't even know where to begin. So much has happened. Thanks for the recap. What is this game? Can I explain what's going on? This is a game, Din Not Dinner. About an artist in 16th century Bavaria that comes to the town of Tassing in the Alps. And it's kind of a murder mystery because somebody dies and you gotta solve out who did it to mix success. Ultimately, what we have is a game about the changes in the town itself over time as we make our choices, as the world moves on with or without us. And so with this part, we're playing as the daughter of the local woodblock printer. They've had a peasant revolt, an accidental peasant revolt 18 years back that we're still kind of recovering from. But we have a rat house now, we have a place for local council and political representation, and Papa, being the best artist in town, was going to make a mural, and he was attacked to silence him because he wanted to make the mural. Depict the friends and loved ones lost in the peasant revolt 18 years prior, so we have taken up his pen. We are going to make that mural. So while we have that intrigue going around in the background, we're trying to study the town and its history so that we can take Dad's place and paint that mural. We are nosy, we are very nosy. That is the most accurate thing, whether we're playing as Andreas or as Magdalene. You tease nosy gossip, but that gossip has got us good stuff before. Joining the women, spinning yarn, to hear all the hot goss, spending time with Smokey out in the woods who sees things that other people don't. I hope I'm well. I'm doing well, Din. I hope you're doing well too. You always seem to be doing well when I popped in for a cheeky little lurk. So I hope you are. Of course, our good doctor's incompetent and a known drunkard, a little help. And a drunkard. I know that Dr. Stolz has a little concern for the town. He's got nothing but contempt. Which means his medicine isn't all that good for us. He doesn't care all too much. Why is he going to do his best effort? But a drunkard too. Just did a consolidation loan. Best of luck with that. Is that one of those things where you like take one loan to encapsulate all these other debts to just pay off the one thing? If I got the right thinking on that, then absolutely best of luck to you, man. Smaller APR, well that's good. I've heard that some could be predatory, so hopefully I'm trusting you didn't fall that direction. But I also follow a few attorney folk here or there, and there's also the school of thought that if you're in a position where you have to take a consolidation loan, then you might as well file for bankruptcy, because I don't know if common folk take the bankruptcy option. We've been like bred to be ashamed of the bankruptcy option, but it is a valid option if one needs to take it. The credit cards want your soul. Fixed unsecured loan should be fine. Well, if you say should be fine, then I'll trust your decision. Stop was on the note in very fancy Gothic text in purple ink. I thought whoever wrote that note, the other notes, was tied to the Abbey. They had the materials and the means, the inks, the scripts. But the Abbey's burned down, and that note's still coming around. It can't be Leonard because Leonard's dead. Not variable and won't change, alright. So less likely to be some predatory thing that starts you off on an easy, gentle interest, and then bumps it up and traps you further in. That's good. Father Thomas is an option. Father Thomas has ecclesiastical training. He might have some excellent scripts. And I'm sure as a town confessor, he probably hears things. Stolz has too much contempt in town, even if he has the training. It is penmanship. And then Father Thomas saying, and you're too much of a woman. Father Thomas and Mother Francisca both saying a young Christian woman like me should not be doing this work and so insistently should get married and manage a household instead. Shouldn't have expected any better of them. Can't wait to leave this place. Yeah, we're going to Prague. With or without oaths. We're gonna leave our mark, take care of Dad the best we can, and once he's gone, we're out of here. Misogyny in the 1600s. And they throw Paul at me, Paul saying that, oh, women should be subservient to man, but hey, that's Paul. This is the Christianity, not the Paulianity. I don't recall Jesus saying that women have to be subordinate. They could take that up with the guy on the cross. Under the pretense of helping prepare his paints, my paints. We gave him one flirty option, but he earned that flirty option. Sweet and bad for the company, he makes the days easier. He's not subtle and his flirting is annoying. Most times. Is this going to make or break the Oates relationship? Yeah, it's pretty funny, isn't it, Din? You take a message about loving everyone, caring for the poor, being stewards and all that, and then you put it through a few filters, and then it ends up being so much different than universal fraternity and caring for the poor and all of us being equal. Maybe in a different timeline, had things moved in different directions, we get closer to an acceptance towards liberation theology and its prosperity gospel that becomes a heretical thought instead. We could be glad for the company. Being glad for the company doesn't have to mean a marriage, but it could be 1600s talk for accepting an engagement. He's sweet and kind, therefore he must be wed. Nah, he's not subtle at all. Eat the rich, care for the poor, put it through a filter. Rich folks are awesome, the poor are a nuisance. That's exactly what we're seeing here. People's authority and their social clout is very much based on where they stand in society. If they're landed, if they're rich, if they're of the gentry or burghers, they're a lot more worthwhile than the annoying peasants who are being very unchristian if they dare to complain about their toil. Sermon of the Mount, the Abbey was not. Oh, she gets an all my love this time. Okay. Could go to bed. But there's an option to leave town and I kinda want to see what happens if I do leave town. There's no objective but to go to sleep. But I kinda want to peek. Maybe there'll be something in the forest? How's Smokey doing? Smokey's asleep now? On YouTube, you're in the comments, where a bunch of Cajun and Creole people were arguing. Oh my. I was going to say that typically one shouldn't read the comments on anything, but I haven't seen a Cajun or Creole comment tree argument thing. These kids are up way past their bedtime. They're the same age as me, but they're still children in my eyes. Nothing's out in the woods. Can you go back down the mine? No reason to go back in. Alright. She spent all afternoon in the mural. Could I check on it? See how her early sketchwork is? Very diverse group. I'd imagine. Everybody else is gonna be asleep. So I'm just gonna check the rat house. And if there's nothing about the rat house, then I guess I'll go to sleep too. Oh, no preliminaries yet? Thought she might have sketches. Oh, no. No, that's... It wouldn't be the earliest on the far right, would it? Maybe it is. Maybe it's... earliest tasking history, building towards a more modern tasking history. Early Kersal history, leading towards a modern Kersal history. And then the peasant revolt of 18 years ago in the middle of the town and the abbey burning together as one. Not far from how the Hawaiians are super diverse. Is that a particular dig in, considering a disagreement we had on Twitter before? Not a particular dig? Alright, I'm just teasing ya. Alright, bedtime for Magdalene. Sometimes there's reasons to stay awake at night, but there seems to be nothing else to investigate on this time. A lot of different origins. Not sure how you mean. Kanaka Mayoli's Kanaka Mayoli. More time skip as we wait for it to return. '20th of November, auspicious date. Of course, then a people is a people, right? The idea that you need a kind of genetic purity to be a person is kind of a genocidal thought. It's a similar idea put towards like the Native Americans, with the idea that if you don't have that blood quantum of a certain percent, then you stop counting and you lose all of your recognition, legal rights, and whatnot. The people is so much more than a genetic diversity. Everybody marries into everyone. So, what letters have we got this time? From Mateo. Is he going to be helpful? Is he going to give stories or point me towards the sources? Was not a... I figured not. You... Rodiger is there in the background! Oh, you know they're still banging. He's happy for that. That Klaus was a voice of reason. Mateo, come on, you gotta acknowledge that the abbot's excessive taxations and restrictions were what caused the peasants to ultimately rise up. Poor Peter, even with two murderers mobbed for the two murders committed, as a peasant, he still lost too much. Nothing was going to change for him. That was a broken man. Just something to watch people start in the whole, well, you weren't this if you said this sort of thing. Well, such is the colonial world when a big, great institution with manifest destiny comes in and tears a people apart. It's only natural that rifts form. And that is exactly part of the game plan. In the interests of posterity and Christian charity. I'm making a sad now, Din, I'm sorry. If it's any consolation. Despite historical and active genocide efforts, people are still around today. They find their ways to live one day at a time. Got togetherness within our communities and across our communities. There's always a better tomorrow that we could work for. Sometime after Romans left, then the Christians came in, he's saying. Wouldn't that be counter to the idea that Moritz converted the people who are already here? Built Carousel Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. So far that tracks. There was a fortress there in the map that we found. Maybe if Carousel still had an abbess instead of Father Gurnot, then things might have been different. People loved the nuns. When the abbey was burned down, the convent was fine. Convent was totally untouched. You brought some advanced hemp gummies and you're good at trying them today. Best of luck with that, Din. Best advice I can give you is to start slow. I'm not really a partaker of the devil's gummy bears myself, but it's legal here, and my BF was keen to try, and so if it's legal here anyway, and he was keen to try, I tried with him, and I gotta tell you, imagine, if you will, if the very sensation of experiencing linear time was chopped up into like 0.3 second slices. And every time you said something or moved something, you could feel those 0.3 second slices drift ever into the past. It was so bizarre. Like, I could feel it. I could feel the sensation that time was chopped up. And so I couldn't really tell, like, am I talking in circles now? Because I just said this thing, but a thing I just said was 3 seconds ago. That's like 15 slides away. And it was kind of annoying, because I could feel that I was way too out of it to even leave the room and go downstairs or anything else, because it would be very, very apparent that I was that out of it. So I was like, oh, well now I can't do anything, because I'm stuck here, I'm talking in circles and rambling. I'm just gonna nap until this thing wears off. You took a bet that you could smoke all your stash when you were 19. The only time we've been like that. You bet it was a good nap? It was a nap. I was still annoyed that my entire day had to be dedicated to sleeping it off. That's the extent of his knowledge. Settled on the Roman fort, used to be a double abbey run by an abbess, then 2 centuries prior run by an abbot. And no more records remain, not even from Andreas rescuing them. If I'm that messed up, I lose the desire to do stuff. That's the thing though, I would have loved to do stuff. I would have loved to leave the room, but I just knew that in my state, it would have been very, very obvious what kind of state I was in. Thus burned the history of Kersau. Again, Mateo. You were prior. I'm sure you could have had the abbot's ears. That was the abbot's doing. Take it up with Gurno. The funny thing is, you don't usually seem as obvious as you think. I don't know. I think I would have been very, very obvious. I had kind of that balloon-headedness, where there's like a shift in your balance or whatnot, and I was definitely rambling or talking in circles, either over-explaining or forgetting if I said something before. And Mateo was all about the prosperity gospel. If they loved the Lord so much, then surely they should show the bounty of their wealth. Okay, so we'll check with the Sisters Claire. And we are women this time, so we do have access to the convent that Andreas could not have enjoyed. Yeah, Mateo, the injuries 18 years ago will never heal. That is why Peter put the torch to the library and the rest of the abbey. Well, like I say, Din, if you're gonna do something dangerous, you gotta be safe about it. So if I was going to experiment with a been-in room without going anywhere, like the one time I was like 23 or so, never drank in my life, and I'm really like, alright, what am I missing out on? So I invited a friend over. Was like, okay, I've never gotten drunk before. You and I, we're going to experiment. I'm buying. And he was like, alright, we're out of drink. Let's go drive. It's alright, I'm fine. We were not gonna be fine. I was gonna walk his butt all the way down to the store and back. No, drunk driving on my watch. Huguenots and Lutherans plague his homeland. You like the frog, Din? This game is amazing. It takes so much inspiration from illuminated manuscripts and woodblocks and whatnot. Oh, the frog's gone in this one. Does it update every time he changes line of text? Sorry, Din. Goodbye, frog, indeed. We got a snail, though. The snail's pretty cool. The cat licking his butt. That's also precious. Most Reverend Mateo falls sincerely, Archdeacon Sion. And Esther's reply? It's a shame they gotta wait an entire month to receive the letter and reply and have it come back. You would think they could just email or something or text. This might be a lot to put over text, so maybe they could like FaceTime or voice chat on Discord or something. That's right, Esther was born on the very night of the peasant revolt. Center of the mural. Could be Esther's divine providence. I am pretty sure it is revolt-based. Somebody pulling threads does not want us to put anything to pigment that might scandalize the town and anger the Lord. I still don't know who this Lord is. The Abbey's was not them. Are we under the Brothers Bavaria? Are we under the Prince Bishop now? Is there some other minor nobility that has taken Tassing under their domain? Or is it not my place to know, as the town burgher that I am now? Just pay my dues, keep my nose down, keep the pigs out of the forest. The guilds here would protect my right to complete the job, all the more reason to get to Prague, with or without Utz. She is a capable artist and a printer in her own right. She's been doing printing her entire life. I think she will enjoy Prague much better than Tassing. She might get homesick now and then, since she's an Alpine girl at heart. But I think she'd enjoy the freedoms, the new opportunities. New contract university, so work is doing good at home. And she found her doctor. And they're playing matchmaker. Going to agree on how many cows and chickens in exchange for her hand. Man, the next time we write, it's been like 2 months now. It's gonna take too much time this time, like over a month, almost 2 months, I'd say. Next time we write, Papa might be dead. Head home and check on Dad. Sounds like an excellent idea, except to spend another couple of hours. So let me, BRB. And when I come back, I promise I won't be a coconut. Then we'll see how Dad is doing. And begin step 2 of this mural. Hey, Wither? Sufficiently hydrated? Yeah, that's the problem. Sufficiently hydrated. Means, a lot of unhydrating every couple of hours. Hope you're well. More well than Magdalene's father is. And Dr. Werner being as unreliable as always. Insufficient dehydration, I'm sorry. I grew up on the sea, so much water is in my blood. And hey, Dark Aria. Evening to you too, it's only early afternoon here. So can't claim evening status yet. But I think it's super suspicious that Dr. Stolz is not around. Dr. Stolz has no contempt, has nothing but contempt for the people of the town and the peasants. And I'm pretty certain he must have deeper secrets than that. You've been watching YouTube with her? Someone playing the new God of War thing. Proctos's kid is apparently Loki, really? I haven't kept up with the Gods of Wars at all. All I know is that is kind of Dad of War. I saw some people play the newest one a little bit, not out of like actively trying to watch it, but it was the latest thing, so they were playing it. Felt very new Tomb Raider with me, with just having lots of people constantly talking to you and telling you what the puzzle solutions are before you have time to do the puzzle solutions. And I guess that's just how AAAs are now. What a shitty name to give a kid. Hope nominative determinism isn't a thing. Nah. Game and movie writers wouldn't do that. And if Papa's hungry, we do have Clara coming over now to help around the house, chat with him, feed him. So at least the duty isn't entirely on Maggie now. The thing is, I'm gonna butcher this, as I butcher all names and words. Angrboda? Loki's main squeeze wife from Norse myth? But she's 12 or 14? In myth or in game? Like I said, I haven't kept up at all. Sad what happened to Revolt, hesitant to say anything. Didn't have much to say, still upset about the Abbey's destruction. I'm pretty sure he still hates her in passing. In-game. Ah. I can see that being a bit of an issue then. Also, that is my hot water. Still upset about Abby's destruction. And like most names, they have some meanings. Is this going to be where they just picked a funny name or a nice sounding name for the mythologies, but maybe ill-applied? Noble woman of Kersau. Well, the convent went by completely unscathed. So, on the off chance that the books that Andreas gave his life to save might not have included any records of Kersau, there's a convent. I would say we're in good standings with the convent, but we're kind of not with Mother Superior Francisca. Maybe. Oh, you know what? I bet you that if we convinced that cute girl who thinks that she's never going to be married because she's 25, if we convinced her to join the Poor Clares, we might have had a girl on the inside. means one who bids, brings, or offers griefs or regrets. Oh no. That isn't a very fortuitous name to give them after all then. The place to start. Where was the others? Gertrude's an option, and Gertrude's also an option for the book. If you ever have a daughter, you won't name her Misery Bringer. You never know. There are some cultures where you give the child an ugly, unappealing name, like Ugly One or Evil or Cursed or what have you, under the idea that if the spirits come to take your child away or to do ill fortune to him, they're not going to bother with the kid who's already got a crappy name. Of course, for those folks, it tends to be that once they get older, then you give them a better one, so it's not always forever. And the miller's widow is absolutely miserable right now. I'm sure she could use some conversation. She and Loki in the myth cycle are the parents of Fenrir, Hel, and Jormungandr. So family folk. That's not too bad then. If you have kids, I'm sure they're great parents. Caviezells. They were also a family of guinea pigs. Okay, Papa. I will, thanks, Dad. Respectively, the wolf that eats the sun in Winter Ragnarok, the root of the realm of the unhallowed dead, and the serpent that circles the world and delimits the seas of the world. Yeah, but what family's perfect? You do what you can. Oh, and she does get to do some urban exploration in the Abbey ruins itself. Won't go too far into them, just to take a look. Can't be that dangerous. Oh man. Oh man, what if we go in and we find Andreas's charred skeletal body there? And clutched to his skeletal breast under some rubble, so just able to keep it out of the fires, is the exact book we need. I'm going there, Dad, you can't stop me. What's he gonna do? Get out of bed with his brain injury? They can't be that dangerous. They've been sitting almost 20 years. What's 20 years in a day? What's this game, by the way? Oh, you don't know it, Wither. This is Pentiment. A kind of, mystery adventure game that takes heavy inspiration from illuminated manuscripts, woodblock prints, and whatnot. I've been enjoying it. Some people compare it to Disco Elysium. And there's some comparisons, but not too many, I think. It's definitely its own beast. Less disco, more Gregorian chants. I need to summon Cthulhu. There's definitely some pagan old ones going on in the background that may or may not be related to this person or entity that's delivering notes to people to drive them to murder, which could possibly be related to some pagan blood sacrifice to protect the town as times, if needed for the times. So, it's a possibility, if not Cthulhu itself, an analog, a close enough analog. Too sane for the great old ones? Nah, just whichever ones might be settled or interpreted as local folkloric spirits. So, if it's going to be anything but the previous time, we might have time to do everything. back in Andreas's, you could do like one thing in the morning, one thing in the afternoon. But it seems like Magdalene has enough pep in her step to do everything she needs to do. So I probably don't have to pick too much. First things first, though. Did she get any more work done on her mural? What is this? I thought that was blood at first. Is that... That's not the Eucharist, is it? Spilled around? I thought those might be coins, but now I'm wondering if Athena, Artemis, and Apollo didn't get up into more pranks with Father Thomas. That, and what on earth is this messcraft? Where I can't see one roll eye. You're no Utz, but I guess you're suitable enough to gaze at for a few moments. Again, just because I gave her a flirty reputation doesn't mean I take all the options. We got a teasy option too. A well-chiseled craftsman. Nah. Admire that chiseled marble. Only teasing, you're both fine boys, but not what we're looking for. We're looking for Prague. We're looking for that guild membership. What doesn't he have? Variable Adonis. He's on the council at least. Nah, I'm just teasing. You're both just boys. Plenty of things in the world better than a boy with a mallet and chisel. Roll your eyes, get over yourself. We're not being too harsh. We're just having fun. Just having fun with him. Craft. You gotta think bigger than tasking. You gotta take up that apprenticeship. If you want to be a master mason, he's got to do some studies under somebody else for a bit. It's the lack of artistic skill. A poor craftsman blames his tools. If he's going to blame his tools, that's on him. Let's keep accidentally tripping over his dick and rather intrigued by this. He definitely stumbles a bit when he tries to flirt, so maybe. In his head, he can't see it. He either needs more experience and training and direct guidance, or he's got something else in his head distracting him, or this might not just be the life for him. He enjoys the work, so it's not just something Grandpa pushed onto him. Maybe what he wants. No, maybe he does have the talent, but maybe it's misapplied. Maybe what he needs isn't to just be a stone mason and put up walls for houses and walls around the pigs. Maybe what he needs is to make art. What's the thought? Agnes offering craft a once-in-a-life... He should take it. He's not unhappy with the work. He could really make something of himself? Is that really what he needs? Will people compare him to his father? Is that what he needs? Maybe he shouldn't leave. I think he should. With his current ability, he's finding something holding him up. If you could support your family that makes you happy, it's the right choice. Figure out the sense of yourself. He can't help you with this. Follow the guidance and needs of your elders. You can't live by the rules and demands of others. What to tell him? I'm just Mags after all. I think he's happy enough and needs to be pushed in the right direction. What would? What's being demanded of him? Because basically, he's got the potential. What's really holding him up is that he feels as if he's not really doing enough for home, I think. He's not on the farm, he's over here with the stones. Maybe what he needs is to be told that's okay. The farm could take care of itself, he got family to take care of it. It makes him happy, that's the important thing. They might just need to hear that from somebody else. Tragically, a woman. If only she were a man, then it wouldn't be so scandalous throughout this confidence and fortitude. Artemis is the original Ace representation of mythology, which is cool. If only her namesake in this game would be as cool. Make it an enemy for life just because I won't let her put frogs in the tabernacle. Take the apprenticeship. Join your father on the farm. Now that won't make him happy. Take the apprenticeship. Flirt background gives an instant plus. And we have no other ways of convincing him. So if we weren't flirty, we'd have no way of convincing. You love working with a stone. As a master craftsman, could still support your dad at the farm. Artemis was a Greek goddess, so obviously she sucked quite a bit, kind of a given. That's what Father Thomas says. Because she was given the cursed name of a pagan god, she's going to suck. He'll still have to go on Vandayar, though. So that's gonna be a little while of no stone mason in town. You better make those walls fast. They'll last until his return. No problemo? Or that's what friends are for. Put the nail in that relationship. There's plenty of stone from the Roman times. He established that, what, a fortnight ago? A burnt ruin of an abbey, a celebrated site that we are going to totally plunder ourselves. He's being meek as he always is. I'm sure it's still a religious site. One holy building to another's got a point. That could be fair. But then what's all this? Did he not... He's got nothing to say about all this in front of us. I'm kind of worried about... There's Apollo. Apollo, is this your doing? Just screw off Magdalene because I ruined his frog's plan? We are never going to be friends with the Gertners now. Jorg is getting old. Il Pete is getting older. Ava and Clara like me, but... Dr. Schultz. She wasn't kidding about you becoming the town drunkard. What is this? Was this you then? Imbibing, puking your wine. And then puking up your salsa verde here. Oh, he is in no state to take care of that. Agnes and Sister Gertrude from now on. Your personal unfavorite? Was you beat me at weaving? You're a spider now? Yeah. They made them human flaws on purpose back then, didn't they? To include being extraordinarily ungenerous and unkind. Like the whole Gorgon thing, either you're more beautiful than me, therefore you get cursed with loveliness, or you got raped in my temple, how dare you, cursed with loveliness? Practically like a very early proto-soap opera. I'm not gonna be nice to him. This is supposed to be my dad's doctor. Wake up, damn you. Not explicit. I was kind of like, how to put it, shorthanding it, being very, very like generalized about it. I'm sure there's nuance and whatnot, and whether it's ugly enough to turn to stone or whatever else. Wasn't going to go to the particulars. Have to tell someone, Baltus? They're still on friendly terms, makes it sound as if nobody else in town would bother helping with him. He's passed out with his eyes open. True. But maybe he's just so drunk that he's not quite unconscious, but he's not quite here either. Big York? It occurs to me that this time skip also could have been time for her to research the Historiae Taciae. Did we make any progress on the mural? Ah, no, we must have. We got two sides behind a sheet now. We just can't see it till she's ready. See, there's a sheet here, so I thought she was working on the right, but it really is, starting from this end then. We're just not allowed to peek until she's done. She's that kind of artist. While Werner's out, could I steal his chairs? Ciao. Como stai? Oh, translated for me. He knows the local ways, that's the saying. Caught on to our customs quickly. Oh, as a Genoese man. Not proper Calabria or anything. Difficult to be far from home for so long. Pray to be able to return home before winter sets in. That sounds a bit like get out of here quickly. Be polite about it. If he's in no particular rush, would Mr. Big Burly Italian help carry a doctor back over to his bed? So no help with him, Balthazar. How about you, Balto? You and Stolz are still on good terms? Or forget Stolz, going straight for the book first. Far too busy for the book. We could have asked him any other day of the time skip. What about Stolz then, while he's laying out there at the Albans Bakery back wall? Why is Stolz getting worse and worse about this? Is it exclusively because he's a small town doctor with big confident ego, and he's still stuck in this nowhere town, and he's seeing himself the older he gets, unable to leave and advance beyond here? As Magdalene grows older into her career, moves to Prague, becomes a master printer, he'll still be here among the peasants he hates. Well, Stolz is dealt with, I'd assume. Probably upstairs if they haven't brought him back up yet. Unless they haven't brought him back up yet, I mean. Yeah, he's still here. Which means Dad still has no help. They cleaned up at least. They picked up his wine. And I guess those were coins and not just pebbles. They very helpfully cleaned up the coins. They'll get over it. They'll stop hating me eventually. Oh, that Ursula! Little Ursula's so big now. I didn't recognize her. We passed by and said hello so often. If only we were able to convince her to take the old ways. She might have some other insight from stories she picked up from Il Pete that Il Pete might have forgotten 18 years later. Yeah, I didn't give her enough fantasy. I gave her a normal, boring travel story, instead of telling her about the giants of Aragon. And so she's got no respect for it, she's got no wonderment. I completely ruined Ursula, little sweet Ursula. Is that really what you think? Does she have doubts? It doesn't matter, too late now? No, it's not too late. If she's got her own passion, she could still pursue him. She's only barely older than Magdalene. I'll leave it alone. Okay, that's something else for playthrough number 2. Is to try to keep Ursula's sense of wonderment when she's still a baby. This is, I'm owning up to it with her. We had opportunity when she was a toddler to tell her more fantastical stories. I think the Italian story we told her about the child that was sold with the oranges might have been good. But when she was older, and we just told a boring normal story that was bad, she did remember the Ethiopian priest or the Ethiopian monk. So choosing to do the story time with Subhet didn't contribute any plus or minus, but I still think it was a good decision to make. Bad way she could be burnt at the stake. Nah. Perchta will take care of her. Ill Pete says that she protects. Just a hello and a dot dot dot. Eddie. Utah. Nobody's got anything to talk about here. How's fake Martin? Just hello. Same with Brigata. Alright. We'll stop by the Widowmuller. Spend some time with her, get some stories. Yeah, she's got 2 sections now. She's got 2 sheets. Have to thank him again. High praise from a councilman. Steady progress. If she's finished more than a year, that'd be amazing. Didn't realize council cared so much. And steady progress. They can't see it yet. She's not done. The kids get to see the painting in progress, but me, the player, directing her flow does not get to. Apparently, mayonnaise is the same way. The last time I tried to make mayonnaise, it was very adamant. Room temperature, make sure all the ingredients are room temperature, but every time I try to make mayonnaise, it's always cold out. And so I get 0 emulsification. Which is so hardworking, Anna. Can't imagine you're a troublemaker. It wasn't Big Yorg who was a troublemaker. It wasn't Big Yorg? Oh yeah, she did steal stuff. I remember that. She went to confession. She stole the note from Martin. And a bunch of other minor stuff nobody else cared about. I thought that hat looked familiar. That was adorable when little Anna climbed up on the rock in the painting and took Andreas's hat. I didn't realize she kept it. That was cute though, that's perfectly fine. Andreas didn't say anything about that. It was fine, it was a fair trade. What changed? Guess he got tired of saying Ave Marias. Father Thomas is merciful and light in his punishments, but if you're a repeat offender, he will straight up give you 50 years of straight Our Fathers and Hail Marys. ruler could be proud. Earl, Papa. Everyone can learn from her example. More child than some people testing deserve. Nah, her father would be happy. Plenty of mural work to do. To begin with talking to her mother-in-law, whose husband slew your father in a fit of panic and peasant hate. It's been a while since I've read or seen any Winnie the Pooh with her. I can't remember that line, so I'll have to take your word for it. Sounds authentic enough. Ask some questions about your family for the mural. Your family's been in Tassin for hundreds of years. Dad said that. He respects. To get mixed up in it. It's just some art for the rat house, nothing to get mixed up in. Won't depict your family specifically, if that helps. I wouldn't say pillar. Maybe it should be tied to the pillar, if Leonard's anything to go by. But we're not talking about the Muellers, we're talking about her family. Is she willing? You see then, Elsie? You gotta be immortalized then. You're a part of the town history. Even if the name has died out and no one else remembers. We'll remember as long as the fresco stands. I mean, technically, there's the rest of her kids. There's Paul, her grandkids. They're just carrying a different name, the same blood. Caviezel doesn't sound local name. Caviezel, not Caviezelin. We got options. Going by her polyglot background or whatever the magnifying glass represents. Not Caviezelin? Like the Druker girl is Drukerin? So if Paul wants to distance himself from his bastard of a father, he could take up Mom's maiden name. Pagans or Romans? If they're here for 1,000 years, maybe. Possibly pre-Roman then. The original Bavarian people. Just a story. I didn't know it's true. Interesting. Doesn't that seem unlikely? So either way, doubt or doubt with a magnifying glass. How do you know it's true? Nah. They could just remember or lie? Nah, didn't mean that. Just because there's an icon doesn't mean it's the right choice. That is a sentiment I can understand. She might not, but I do. Like when Dad tells stories of courting Mom. Strange way of thinking. Nah. Dad put some similarities in her head. Doesn't know exactly when they resettled, but she knows they used to be here before, and then came back after the Romans. That's still something. That's still some folk knowledge that we didn't have before. Thank you, Elsie. Giving much to consider. We'll make sure her family's included. And that's everybody here at the mill. What else do we have? We got Father Thomas. We got Stoll still being a drunk. We could also talk to Sister Gertrude or Father Thomas about help translating this book. Those are options again. Journal. Which one's journal? Journal. Historia Tassier. Sister Gertrude, Baltus. Baltus said no. Dr. Stolz is a drunk. So my options then are Father Tomas or Sister Gertrude. I'm not keen on either, since this isn't exactly... Oh wait, Martha and Carl! Are you two good at pair up? Martha's a real peach, but she's a bit concerned about her age. Or is that her father? I don't know everyone's family relations. That could be her dad for all I know. Carl's been around since 18 years at least. Yeah, it's her dad. If but my journal came with a family tree so I could more easily keep track of who begat who and who ran off with who to begat who else. Has he got stories? Stories for the mural? Listen to your daughter, Carl. About the same age as my dad, aren't you? Hasn't he earned a rest? Nah. But are they about the same age? Klaus Drucker and Carl. Too stubborn to grow old, but maybe too stubborn to succumb to a brain injury. Peter survived his sheer stubbornness. Peter's dead. I don't know what you're talking about. You're in a good mood today, I see. Are you sure that's the Peter you mean? What about ill Peter? Ill Peter's like the oldest man in town. I think they have the wrong Pete, maybe, unless she's being sarcastic. You're in a good mood today. Maybe we should go up the mountain. Andreas went up once. but he couldn't really sketch out the beautiful views that he appreciated. But it might help us map things out, maybe find that Mithraeum. Sorry, Carl. All you gotta say. Yes, the Abbots. I'm always gonna circle back around to that whole revolt, the violence in town that night, that's the Abbots. Let him continue. We should ask. This is part of the town history, it's skipping ahead. And we were only a baby back then. Just to clear out the line. We've all played, what was it? Etrian Odyssey, we know what Manchniks are. How old were you, Martha? Still think of my mother every day. And Ree died before that, though. How old were you, Martha? Opening up all these old scars, but this is all gonna be great stuff when we finally get to the modern history. And we decide what we're going to do with the final piece of the mural. Lord bless and keep her, wait for him to continue. Skipping an opportunity for this will be remembered. Yeah, see that, Martha? You're a wonderful woman. Any guy would be pleased, even if Apollo or Kraft or Ulz don't understand. There's a world out there. Run off to Prague with Magdalene, you can both find rich husbands. Oh, the sweet father-daughter relationship. Thank you for telling me about that night, Carl, Martha. No. No. I can't imagine anybody in the Golden Hand Inn might have information. Maybe Killian might. He was around back then. He was working as a boy. What's keeping you so busy, Killian? But do they have memories of the life back then? Dad's not as quick as he used to be, even when not bedridden. That would slow him down. What if it was his mom again, having received another note? That's the idea, Killian. If someone's got some book tucked away, or if something hasn't been burned down in the Abbey. Maybe he'll have something when it's time to ask about the peasant revolt. Unwell and getting worse, hanging on. Dr. Stoles is concerned he's not improving. But neither is Dr. Stoles, lying in the gutter. By inquiring, she is sending free apples with Nico. If we get everybody in town to help somehow, maybe he'll pull through, maybe that's it. Maybe if I'm more community focused, then more people help us out. Let's see. When I squealed on Artemis and Apollo, I made enemies of them, but it said the adults might appreciate it. The adults do have more resources. I can't imagine that Artemis and Apollo, if they were more friendly with me, would have anything to help Dad with, unless they got like more frogs or mushrooms in the forest or something. Very grateful to you both. Still surprised her and Nico are together. Oh, that's why. That's Klaus's doing. Klaus counseled them in her infidelities. Tell you when you're older, Maggie. Well, if she can convince Father Thomas and Mother Francisca that... Suppose we'll see. Don't find much offerings of tassing to be worth much. Where's Mario? Upstairs? Casimir's and Alexander, 2 new guests. Well, you have to ask the waiter, because we don't work here. I just live nearby. 3 burgers. Nico, Hannah, and Killian, and I am not Hannah. Nico or Killian in elaborate disguise. Who is this guy? With his fancy pointed hat. Truly, anything is possible. Proper introduction so he doesn't think we're Nico. My father's my whole life story, my whole life story. I am running that print shop. Could be. Printing Christmas carols, printing out the new missiles for the Advent season at church. Happens every autumn. How'd you wind up here then? They might not look like merchants, but then what are they? A master and apprentice of some kind, of what trade? To Wolfsburg, from Padua. Partner, not apprentice. Can't make it. It's gonna be Christmas soon here too. We could probably use some musicians in town. Never lose hope. Is March soon? Is March soon? Oh, I thought he was writing it and then telling us anyway. Okay, that's cool. Oh, are you kidding? They're all puritanical here? Music is too Reformation, too Lutheran? That's fine. Has he ever been someplace where people didn't like music? Or they don't like his music? Is it too rock and roll? Is it too disco? Too Adonic dance music? Okay, just new friends made. But nothing about the history of the town here. That was a lot of scribbling for can't talk. Been introduced? Are you Polish? Take it you're not the singer. What happened to your voice? First, are you Polish? From Calais. What you two doing in Tassing? Scribble out your whole life story onto the one little tablet? Alright, fine. Already spoken to him, though. It's alright. Oh, God bless. He does have a nice hat. I'm not sure what to make of Alexander's, but Casimir's is nice. Say hi to Nico. Then I think Father Thomas or Sister Gertrude for the book. Wish I could say I'll save it for last, but the game decides if a person has two things to talk about, which one takes precedence. And for Balto, talking about the book came first before the doctor is lying drunk in the streets. Watch my step. A favorite? What's he need? What's he need? Hannah's birthday's coming up. I am still surprised they're together. Hannah's infidelities would have been an easy out. Any priest or bishop would have allowed that annulment. So cake from Gret. Bring the cake over. Happy to help. This is fresh brew. The beer that he's been making for Christmas? That fresh brew? His best one yet. Ooh. Stop by the Albans straight away. On the way back from the Abbey. Will that be what Dad needs for his spirits to pick up? some of that spicy cinnamon beer that Balto's been making. Could I explore in the guest house? Guest house is out. Front entrance to the abbot's house is also out. Red squirrel. Yeah, she could. Or we could explore right away first. Oh, there's no way in! Where's the icon? There's the icon. But didn't she just tell everybody else that she was going to explore in here? Maybe if we get our way to the kitchen, we can go down the grate. And then from the grate up into the crypt. If the crypt is still in one piece. What if Sister Gertrude is a true thread puller, and the reason she has stayed in the convent here despite the poor Clares coming in is so she could keep an eye on the town and send those notes out to whoever needs to do some murdering? Latin isn't good enough. So it does have to be Father Thomas then. And she doesn't mind that it's a Historia Tassier. We could see the place, it's right there, we don't gotta ask permission. What's she gonna do? Go into the burnt out convent to stop us? So even if we're a woman, we still don't have access. Why did it have to be the poor Clares? Could have been Carmelites. Carmelites got nuns too. Could have been Sisters of Mercy. Sisters of Mercy love visitors. That's what we had up in Saipan. Understand, that old bag, that makes my job difficult. She's in full name on me. Considering joining the order. I haven't listened to them for a while now with her. The Carmelites? Sisters of Mercy? Who'd you have? I suppose considering joining isn't a marriage commitment either. We could pretend we're considering it. If a young woman sincerely considers joining the convent, still only considering, this is like shadowing for a day to see if I want the job or not. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life. Sister Gertrude! I like her. Ah, yes, I see. Exploring all my options can't hurt. Always been drawn to your veil, sister. Something about the fashion. Exploring the options, touring the convent will take some time. Let me see what else is in the journal. Because so far, for her bits, the time hasn't been too pressing. We've been able to do everything. Elsie up at the mill we did. Father Thomas talks about tassing saints. I could do that. Talk to Sister Gertrude, but visit the convent and the abbey. Can I do and the abbey, though? What if I want... I mean, maybe we can make our way down below. After all, into the kitchen, into the grating. The metaghost that we are has seen the grating in the kitchen that leads to the aqueduct. So I could feed that into her mind. Sisters of Mercy. These still really like ribbons. I didn't know that was a group. Let me make a note then. Sisters of Mercy. So I can look that up after stream. Now the Sisters of Mercy we had in Saipan were pretty casual in their dress. They didn't do the black and white. But that's not quite the nunly dress that I expected. Very progressive, very modern. Cool song, not innovative or anything, but cool. 90s goth punk, new wave alt rock stuff. Sometimes all you gotta be. Sometimes being cool and pleasant is enough. Let's give this one more peek, see if I can't explore on my own. There's no exploring on my own. Gotta go through Gertrude. Alright, Gertie, let's do this. Did I get any that will be remembered out of the other day's conversations? Because we didn't part on good terms the last time, but maybe what she said finally sunk in. Thank you, Abbess. Didn't know you'd heard. Everyone does. The entire town has heard. If the Abbess had heard about me painting the mural masculinely, then she heard about Dad's injuries. Everyone who was into metal in Europe knew at least something about the Krups. Ah. Meanwhile, I was out, toddling in the Pacific, so I had no idea. Yeah, Dad's not gonna be around forever. We got the print shop to run, his mural to do, but after that, who knows? We might need something else in life once Dad's not around. Otto Rammstein was heavily influenced by the groups. Oh, interesting. And even like in middle school and stuff, we had some folks who were into him, so I had no idea. Always thought it was odd that they named an Air Force base after him. Dang, that's all it takes. Just she might be interested, and she's bought it hook, line, and sinker already. That helping my father, running the shop alone, and finishing the mural are too much. If I become a sister, I won't have to marry. Far better than being stuck bearing kids for the rest of my life. Had a holy vision, Saint Sadia told me I was destined for higher things. We got the temporal concerns, you know? That's what sent Martha this way too when she was considering it. I'm in. Dang, looks to me like the convent is already so much nicer than the abbey itself was. Am I allowed to explore, look around freely, get a feel of the place? That certainly is pretty poetic. The closest I got to like gothy music was when I had a phase when I got into like Voltaire, but how surface level is that? So I might give these guys a listen to, because Voltaire was like fun for a second, but then very quickly went on it. If you can call that gothy, more like aesthetic-y, I guess. Was fun. I suppose. Yeah, the jokiness, you know. Like you get lured in by the surface gothiness, and then you realize the next album was just like sexy Star Wars jokes and whatnot. That is fun, surely, but I wanted more than just jokes. Sister Susan's gonna show me around. She's about the same stature, so we'll lure her with flirtiness behind those bushes. Clonk. Take her robes as our own, and then have free roam with the place. Sisters of Mercy not jokey, but may have veered to unintentional parody. But cool enough. Again, cool enough is fine. I'll give them a listen, and make my own judgment on them afterwards. Being very forthright with her. Gotta take a look around. Where we're going first? Now that the lecture's over, I can get out what I came here for. Are you coming? So, Susan, where are we going first? Kitchen. I need to get into the kitchen. It's still 9 a.m. So, permission for Mother Francisca to enter the convent? Such as Susan accompany me to answer my questions? I better be allowed to go everywhere. Okay. So the convent locarium's just the front. There's a chapel there. There's a cloister. There's an art studio. They got an art studio. Let's hit the chapel first. You recommend Ribbons by Sisters of Mercy, Fatherland, and or To the Hilt by D. Croops. Okay. Making my notes. Old stuff, perfectly fine by me. I don't exactly keep up with the modern musical trends regardless. I like to think that my music updates every time I get a new girlfriend or boyfriend. Oldest part of the convent, they do have a mural on the wall that I could probably incorporate. Germans and allies gave it out liberally. I was going to say that I'm pretty sure we have a similar story too, of zooting up the soldiers for whatever purpose. What was it for anyway? For the morale? For the stamina? I recall there was something like that. Sleep is the enemy of the soldier, etc. I suppose, but that makes things very dangerous. Imagine having to operate a several tons heavy vehicle with very little sleep. They're very back and forth about it these days. I guess it's whatever pushes the blame downhill. On the one hand, you should be getting more sleep, so you're more alert in your duties. On the other hand, you're only owed 8 hours, and they don't have to be. They don't have to be consecutive. Is a threat they would give. Was it 4? Was it 4? Was it 4 the minute they would say? You're owed 4 hours, it doesn't have to be consecutive, something like that? If they really wanted to mess with you? Amphetamine is a good way to ensure you're awake and alert for a short, critical period. Alright, so maybe not so much for long-term use. If you keep it up, you're fucked. Ah. And of course, I'm sure that the policymakers had many concerns for the long-term well-being of them. God called Lady Sabine to lead her sisters and brothers in 1261. We have a date of founding. Was that Sabine Kersau? Second Sabine of the game. What if Andreas's wife Sabine was a direct relation of this Sabine? They share the same first name. Lord Kersau's castle destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II. That's when Lady Kersau left her own home, right? Do I have the history right? Turned the old castle into a double monastery. Yeah, and there's plenty of love for Moritz, but very little is mentioned about Saint Satya. Founding of the Abbey, even older than the Holy Roman Empire. Odd that a monastery would reuse a placement for war and force. It's defensible. It's walled. Why do you think so many monks turned to martial arts? You got your walled monastery with your golden ornaments and your illuminated manuscripts and Vikings coming in. Some defenses, some baileys, it helps. Mess with coordination, promotes aggression or distraction. Very, very useful for such a dangerous career. And if you've got ADD, the prescription is essentially speed. So I've heard. I don't have it myself, so I can't confirm, but I know some people who do. And that seems to be about the sentiment they give on it. Even before the Duke gifted it to the church, fortification founded by Saint Moritz. Older than HRE. What else used to be here, huh? Well, there was a Roman fort. There was a Mithraeum somewhere in town. Looked like it was on the hill. The sort of a mound shape on the Mithraeum makes me think it was on the hill, so it could be in the same place that the Muellers are now. But the mound shape could have also just represented, I don't know, the dome of a temple or something. And how fitting and poetic would it be if the rat house now is built where the Mithraeum was? There was a ruin, like 25 years ago, where the rat house was going to be built later. So stopping by the chapel was a good first choice. I want to see that artwork house. And more sisters. No, but there's a workhouse right over there. Right over there. With a convent built onto the monastery. Has she? Is this someone from town who has taken on a poor Claire's name? Youngest of the sisters. From whose family? Only one sister deal with the townsfolk. Oh, that's what she means then. Seeing her in town as in seeing the sister herself, not as in somebody from passing who joined up. I was confused. But such is the price of your devotion, Sister Benedicta. In the spirit of American cultural hegemony, not to be considered medical advice, or in fact advice of any kind. As you're a nerd who reads a lot about various stuff and an expert. But of course, I know it's just chat. Hey, Nehru, you're a little ahead of me. I think so, because I'm taking my time basically, so if you're ahead, I would not be surprised. Don't take speed, is what you're saying. Alright, Wither. Even if you're not coming from a place of, like, medical authority, I think that's going to be advice that I'll take. To not take it. What am I doing? Mother Francisca said I could. Considering joining the Poor Clares. Snooping. I'm going to be upfront. I am snooping. Don't let me get in the way. What an adventure. See, she's cool. I figured she was cool. And she's traded up. She's traded annoying sisters for better sisters. Any mysterious figures or ghosts? That is a question. It has been a while since we've seen any ghosts. Sister Marie's ghost? Mauritius? Oh no, Suzanne, have you heard this story before? An old book of Christian legends. Ah, do tell. This is what I need. The colony of Tassing that he tried to establish failed. I don't know, because we had like pre-Roman pagan settlement here. Then Romans came for a bit. And the place seemed fairly built up. They had the aqueduct, they had a Roman fort, they had an Mithraeum. That sounds like a lot to build up. Just to say, oh, it's not enough, I guess we're all going home. And there was a period of time. Wouldn't let us worship our gods, so put an altar in here. In the mine. Was that Roman gods or pagan gods? You read a half joking chemistry paper with her. Basic premise was that because of the meth epidemic, hard to get Sudafed, the allergy drug, because the chemical precursor. I've seen stuff like that. Common medications getting cramped on, so the paper proposed methods from which you could use common, easily available ingredients to make Sudafed. Using meth to make the Sudafed. This actually sounds a bit familiar. I might not have read the full paper myself, but I might have read mention of it. Take meth, distill it to get the Sudafed back. Christian refugees, different retelling of St. Moritz saving Tassings. There was Elsa's family. Elsray? I keep forgetting her name. Erse's family. They were here in the pre-Roman times and then came back. As Christians. You're not a chemist either? That's okay, Wither. I know you're relaying the information and not giving proper chemical or medical advice. Different retelling of St. Moritz, Christian refugees? Refugees. Would imply some form of oppression, though. Fleeing Roman persecution. What if he was a Christian Roman like Moritz? Moritz converted, then converted the town, apparently. What did you do with this book, sister? Don't you, oh well, me. Accidentally laid the fire. No! Don't tell me the fire poker was so hot that it ignited. Completely destroyed. Stare in shock and horror. Oh! All that information! The book could have gone unread otherwise. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Better that it got some use before it was lost forever. I can't. How could? Some placation. It got some use. At least she got to relay some of the information within. Even if it's not the whole complete thing. Convent Art Studio. They say they don't produce, but what is all this? Oh no, she's got the cough. Oh, just dust. Yeah, they don't use it. This is the Benedictines. And they said themselves, they don't produce anything, they just rely on the charity. But art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. Yeah, but they got their vows. Just because art isn't essential to survival means you can't do any of the painting? That sounds horrible. Surely you thought of sneaking in and creating something. You can't do any painting just because it's not bare subsistence. Singing, telling stories, that's just painting, but in a non-physical form. Brushes and paint pots have gone missing, Gertrude. One of the sisters is secretly painting. If the twins snuck their way in, maybe. The ghost Sister Marie was talking about. Good point. Probably something else is trying to send a message. She is all in on this. A warning. Smokey says ghosts come back to deliver warnings. Well, and am I too worldly with my jokes and my japes? What is this? I see sketches. Are these gonna be sketches of the convent? Probably gotta go to bed with her. That's. Oh, we got a hospital visit tomorrow. Best of luck on that. Hope it goes well. You get a good rest then. This does not look like a convent. This looks to me like what we saw at the ruins, just beyond the Saint Sadia shrine. The Mithraeum Tassier. Deloio Oculus S. Occultus Est. So that means then that the cistern area was the Mithraeum. Mithraeum of Tassim destroyed by a flood. So she's putting two and two together? Are we gonna go check it out? Might be from the book Sister Benedicta found? Why would someone have written that in the margins of a manuscript? Where's the rest of the book? Could have been from the book? They don't play enough vampire games, or enough Frogware Sherlock Holmes if they don't recognize them at the Rayum. But she's gotta leave it at that. She could take a few of these, surely. No one else is using it here. Okay, where else to go? All that's left now, I think, is the Locarium and the convent kitchen, which I'm going to save for last because I want to see if I can access the aqueduct. And if it's not isolation with my arts, then what is the point? Oh, they didn't just talk to men on occasion. Sounds like you got regrets, sister. Are you unhappy? Didn't you want to be a poor Claire? Do you regret your choice? Can't blame her. Must be a boring life. If she hates her life here so much, encourage her to leave the order. Must have chosen to stay here for some reason. Encourage her in vocation. Is this my choice to make this? Just to encourage her. If she truly has a higher calling, and she wants to stay here, fine. But I'll put in my 2 cents. Do you regret your choice to become a sister? Didn't have a choice. She was one of those sisters who were sent here by her families, I bet. Zadena had similar regrets. The other sisters of the Benedictines were able to choose to become nuns. But not her. Promised you to the church as a baby. And they took you in? Nobody asked what you wanted? Nobody should be forced into a life they don't want? Is it becoming a nun an honor? Nobody asked what you wanted. They were operating by Witcher rules. Abe couldn't manage it. Magdalene is getting lots and lots of pushback, especially from the Mother Superior. One day it'll be different. I have more autonomy to go where I want, but still bound by the expectations of marriage and homemaking. She wanted to be a mother and not a sister. If that's the life you want, sister. You're protected here from the plague and the Protestant rebels. It's a good life. Why don't you leave? You don't want to deal with boys. If you could do anything else, what else would it be? Matilda and Wolfslaw used to be Curacao too. Okay, that looks to me like... I don't think I've seen her around. But that doesn't quite look like the nun robe, so maybe she's also chosen to leave the vows and lives a more secular, sexy life with Brother Wolfslaw. If you could do anything, what would it be? This will be remembered. I figured that the smarter play might be stoke her interest, see what she likes, and then convince her. Big city. You know what? We're just collecting all these women to go to Prague with us. Could I have convinced her to leave, though? Maybe she'll stew on it. I am not God, right? I'm not going to change the entire course of her life just by talking to her and telling her what to do, but I could give her ideas. Maybe giving her an idea might set her on the right path eventually. Oh, they got multiple nuns in here. Nobody questioned me as I lift up that grate right to the left. Marie and Isabel. I can't go down the grate. She doesn't know. Even if I know, she doesn't. Learning more about the convent's history to finish a mural in town. These ones seem older and less inclined to humor me. Considering go to the convent, the Mother Francisca graciously allowed me to visit with you. Oh, I've broken her heart because I'm going to decide against it. The Benedictines had no problem with that. Sister Matilda was very happy to chop the baby rabbits with a shovel. But the plants are living creatures. There's always a limit, right? Like either insects don't feel the same we do, it's fine. Or plants don't have the central nervous systems we do, it's fine. You're being silly, Guinea, stop that. But if it's about living creatures, they are living creatures. The ghost appears by the cook fire. Oh, the ghost that you saw. Is this gonna give me access to the grate? If you see the ghost in the kitchen, by the fire, it comes up from the grate, I think. Oh man, I bet if you were friends with Artemis and Apollo, they would know. They get up into stuff, they get down into the mine, they probably found their way into the aqueduct too. Ghost of one of the sisters of the founding of the convent? Maybe Saint Tassia? Ghosts aren't real? What made you think you saw a ghost sister? Trick of the light? Moonlight? Got in the smoke with the fire? Could it have been a ghost of Saint Tassia? Wait, Saint Tassia. Is she the same person as Saint Sadia? Because the Shrine of the Forest is Saint Sadia. Rose up through the ground at vigils. So somebody does use the grates. So somebody is still coming in through this grate here. Someone's still using those aqueducts. Do you think it is Gertrude after all? Because Gertrude is still here. A spirit in Carousel. Why come to the convent? The Roman spirit might be a great addition to the mural. Don't know the council to prove. Why come to the convent then? I want to get down into the grate. And we haven't spoken to the other sister. I have touched that the appeal is such a small life, offers so much freedom to the world. Even if I'm not drawn to it, I can see why people choose a holy life, but it's not for me, not without art. Seems like drudgery. We need our art. And is that gonna be enough to corrupt her and to get her to live the life that she wants? Her, Magdalene, Esther, what was her name? Martha in the village? We could all split rent on a townhouse in Prague, become absolute devils, terrorizing the boys and the rich guild masters. I think you should go. Oh, we didn't get enough. We didn't get enough to convince her to leave. At least we got a friend now. This is just our secret between her and I and these two other nuns. Learned a lot. Thanks for showing me around. But the grate is right there! Compelled by the devoted life the sisters lead. But I must tend to my father first. I prefer my books and printing, and in any case, I need to finish a mural. Then I might take over for my father. I hadn't thought about my holy duty, providing children to a husband. I just can't give that up so soon. Be careful with your sarcasm, she saw right through me. Mother Francisca, me? Celibate with these looks? I hardly think so. Be careful, don't turn into a young Jezebel. Gertrude, you didn't even tell us about the grate in the kitchen that you use to turn into a ghost and wander into town. On little murder sprees or whatever else. Learned a lot from seeing the Abbey, a good idea of what I'll depict in the mural. Learned about the poor Clares, but not as much about the history of the Abbey. Frustrated there's so little left of the old Abbey and saints. Man, they wanted out. They were spooked. After putting so much pressure on the peasants that the peasants are starting to rise up. Gee, I wonder why, Father Gurneau. Well, for the first half, you got Brother Guy to blame for that. Some buildings intact. Can I? Can I go into the rubble? Come on, come on. Can I go in? I might find Andreas. Might still be worth taking a look if I'm careful. She says that, but her face isn't unhappy. Okay, only 11 o'clock. I still got so much time in the day. Is she going to get the idea to search for that Mithraeum yet? Maybe not everything destroyed in from the church. There's still somebody singing inside. That must be the ghost of Moritz. Or Mauritanius, or whatever his name was. Alright, she's not letting little rubble stop her. This climbing reminds me that a Hyman song should be coming out soon. With less murder though, I think. And now she's got a whole easier way out. Why don't you go around from the foreground? Another— oh no, the crypt! The crypt is down! Ah! I can't go in from the crypt, I've only got the tower. So we couldn't use those bells after all. I thought there'd be a bell puzzle. And so she becomes trapped here for all the rest of her life. Magdalene really has amazing upper body strength. That is a woman. Okay, all she's got to do is spy for a bale of hay or a hay cart and jump into it. That'll be a safe fall. She says that she's going to take one step and go right through the roof. I'm getting anxious just watching this. Bailey. There's a scriptorium and library overgrown. What is it? What do you see? She's got memories of that night. You don't know, you might find Andreas. No running here. So we can't explore the scriptorium or the library at all. And couldn't go into the crypt. More roses. We got cloister access. I'm sure if we studied up on the Reformations and Counter-Reformations, she might have something to remark about all these roses. Nothing else here to comment on. That was blocked off, so we got as a cloister. Oh, they got cats here! The cat survived! Now we can talk to Woloslav. Just pet. It's got no name. I can't pet the other cat, though. Burnt out. Locked off. Can't even go to the lavatory. Can't go to the infirmary. This is an eyeball, but no exit like the chapter house. You blocked? Stuck. The chapter house where the murder occurred. From way ages back. This is new. This was added on to. It was a dance of death, but somebody's added angry monks and a goat chasing after a monk with a diamond or something in his hand. Somebody with a single orange tree growing out of him, holding on to a saw or something. Is that Carpenter Otto? Is that what that represents? Is this representative of the murders? There's something stabbing somebody dressed flamboyantly. Is that the Baron? Did Andreas survive? And he lived here. With the gardens, with the pigs. Piecing things together, living his life in isolation as an artist. Did he? Did Andreas actually survive? And paints are going missing. Oh, Andreas knew about the grapes. So if anybody's gonna be the ghost, it'd be him. What have we got here? A monk scribbling in an endless scroll in blood red ink. Fires consuming everything. And one frantic guy in red. I think Andreas is alive. Maybe that's Ferenc? Maybe we have Baron getting stabbed? I don't know what the first one represents. It's like bodies below his feet. Closest I can guess is Baron given his clothes. And the second one is probably Ferenc with an occult orb or something being chased by a goat and hounded for heresy, hence the super long cross. Middle with a single orange tree could be Piero, I don't know. Or it could be Otto, because of the saw in his hand. I'm not sure what the tree represents though. And that's probably Brother Guy getting blood on his hands as he skews the ledgers. And then what's this to the right? Fire. I would have thought that Brother Guy would be burnt up. Maybe it is both Brother Guy. Brother Guy in his crime and then Brother Guy burning up in the mill. And would that then be, that doesn't look like somebody's hair and beard. That's like somebody scribbled out the face. So that'd be Leonard burning in the fire too? And there's also everybody else who died in the little peasant revolt. So that is the Baron, that is Otto. Oh no! Is that Caspar? Oh no! Is that Caspar? And Andreas going after him and he scribbled out his own face. Because Caspar was there in the scene, I pointed him out. He was peeking in behind that door. Yeah, that's little Caspar dying with all of his notes and journals. Struck down in the flames. And Andreas rushing in, but he's too shamed, so he's crossed off his own face. I don't think we're going to see Andreas. I think he's going to remain a ghost. That astute players may put things together, but Maggie might never see him again. What do all the bodies mean under the Baron? All the enemies he's made, the harms he's done? Otto with the tree of an ideal growing out of him? The tree is bloody, but it bears a single fruit that almost feels hopeful. Brother guy. Absolutely certain that's Caspar and Andreas. Looked it out the peripheral to look like just a great frog, but no, that is... It's got his mantle, it's got his bag. He's crying, Andreas is crying, even if his face is scribbled. Still plenty of time in the day. She gets so much more done than Andreas does. Well, yeah, we never got to see him. So she's not going to know, but we do. Is he living at the guest house? Is the guest house open? No. Is he living in the abbot's house? No. Maybe it could have gone to the right. I assume that he went left, but there's nobody out here. Maybe I missed the opportunity to go find him. Let's go to the Albans. We had a deal. Then we'll talk to Father Thomas, because we need his input on this book. Volslav we could also talk to. Martha's here. I see the doctor's been dragged away, finally. And honey. Okay, I think I'll get these cakes to them first. Before they get cold out here in the snow. Then, we'll get more hot dogs around town. Deliver cakes directly to Hannah. Got his pastries right here. She better treat you just as well. She better. Only alright. She gave Leonard more than alright. Golden Hand would fall down without her, would it? Just got Nico and Killian around, but it does seem like a lot of work. Well, nobody else gonna be there? Maybe not with all the secrets around here. And now we get some spice spears in exchange to pick up Dad's spirits. Okay, isn't much time left in my day, even if Maggie's got loads. See how Martha's doing. Say hello to the former brother, who's looking a lot more townsy, a lot less monksy. Oh, that's sweet. Making him embrace a stick. The gift for Dad that even makes Endress happy to make. Baltus is keeping a secret from me? And yet, he hasn't filled me in on this. Is there a rift? Does Balto have secrets? How very secretive. If he won't reveal it, I hope you will. I'd appreciate if he praised me to my face. Very, very secretive. Yeah, so a brace, a leg brace. Less weight on the injured leg, all of it, from the iron cage it's going into. If he could make nails and screws, I'm sure he could manage. The design sounds intricate, exactly like something Baltus would come up with. Is that why Balto hasn't told me? They know that I'm the town snoop and gossip, and if I find out, I'm going to tell everyone in exchange for an incremental piece of information. I won't tell them. Good luck, Endress. Okay, Brother Wolslav. Nothing to talk about. I thought for sure we'd have something. Now that we have new types of information. How about Dr. Stoles? Is he still around? Has he sobered up? Is he sober enough to go tend to Dad? He is a mess. He's breaking his... Oh, he's like... Sir, you're the town doctor. You can't be making a mess here. If you don't shape up, you're around. We've got Agnes, we got Sister Gertrude. We don't really need you. Oh, come on. I don't want to talk to him about this. He doesn't want to talk to us about this. See, the guy's a jerk. It's not stupid. I'm not illiterate. I'm not here for the book. I'm here. For you were supposed to treat Dad today, and you were lying drunk in your own vomit. And he doesn't even want to acknowledge it. In that case, let's talk to Tomas. He's the only one I could talk to about this book. It might not be the most Christian thing, but everyone else who knows Latin either doesn't know enough Latin or they're jerks. Sister Amelie, do you read Latin? See, so even if we start off with a pagan god, and then move on to the Roman era, it leads to the saints, so they can't be too unhappy. For me, it's an acknowledgement to the folksy ways and the people's past. For them, it's an improvement from barbarism. We both get meaning from it. I may incorporate them, but there's other possibilities, not as a centerpiece, as part of Tassing's history. Sadia? Contemplate this. The Blessed Virgin Mary. Yeah, the church is the Lady of the Labyrinth, so she is among the town saints. Really? The Virgin Mary appeared here in Tassing. And that's not also a pilgrimage spot. We could double up. Poor Saint Moritz doesn't have to be the only one receiving pilgrims. We could have 2 pilgrim routes coming here. Oh, that's a typo. I thought she really wanted him to fell the Bishop of Freezing. Mother Mary coming down from heaven, saying, "Slay the bishop." Reasonable response, all things considered. And that labyrinth is on the wall to this day. Why not give the labyrinth a first time? Anyway, moving on. He's not responding to me. If I want his story, just let him keep talking. I had no idea that's where all this came from. Because everyone else already heard it, or they're all tired of hearing it? You're not from Tassing, how'd you hear the story? When was the painting made? If I include the saints in the mural, I'll place Our Lady among them. But how'd you hear the story first? The people told you. Okay. So they share the story with you and you share the story with us? Might actually have. Consider it. Wouldn't be too hasty. I mean, sure. We got the pagan history, we're getting the Roman history, now we're getting the Christian history. But no, this will be remembered. No favors from him. Back to the rat house now. Not yet. We didn't even talk about translating this book, this Historia Tassia. Christmas and Advent come around every year, though. It doesn't have to be... Is anybody going to notice if he reuses some parts here or there? After the festivities, perfectly fine by me. Of course, Father. At least now we have somebody who could help us. Dead end? What do you mean, dead end? Should I have spoken to him earlier? Spoken to him first? So I'd have time for it all? Everyone too distracted by their work or don't know Latin well enough to read the Historia Tassiae won't be able to use it as a reference. So after everything's said and done, I think, then we finally get help reading the Historiae Tassiae. And only then, after we've put pigment to tempera, do we get the true history of the town's backstory, yeah? And I've already done all there is to do, just gotta go to the rat house now. Let's check up on Dad. Say hi to Clara, doing so much good work for us. Obligatory once a day hey pops, bye pops. But unfortunately, before we go to the rat house, there's the autosave. I gotta call it, it's 4:30 already, 4:24 here. I got no time to squeeze in more of the game, I'm afraid. But that just means more things to look forward to tomorrow. We'll figure out what we're gonna do for the next part of the mural. Then we're going to go in and figure out what the next part of the mural is going to be. I can't imagine there being too much more left to go, so we could finish tomorrow. Maybe. Maybe Friday at the latest? I'd be very, very surprised if it stretches beyond that. For now, let's see who's online. NP83 playing Rabby Ribby, Big John. Doing speedruns and speedruns. Duke's promising video games today. I see Brosentia's on. Brosentia was having some trouble, having been hacked on Discord, losing so many accounts. So if he's up, let's go say hello to him. And give him a hello. So thank you folks for hanging out, stick around for the raid, say hi to bro. And we'll continue more of this snooping and historical delving tomorrow. Thanks again for hanging. You guys enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。ですら怪獣、私が相手だと。